Hey folks, good Sunday afternoon. Hope you all had and are having a good weekend. Let me go ahead and do two 30-second loops, give YouTube a chance to push it out, and I'll be right back. Hey folks, as I said, this is just old gear and good Sunday afternoon. Hope you're all having a good one. Hopefully my volume is coming in good and clear, and hopefully there's no background interruptions. You might hear some fans. If you do, let me know how bad it is. And yeah, this was just a spur of the moment. I thought about doing a live stream about 35 minutes before now. So I sent out some invites, some links, let some people know I was going live. If some folks show up, that's awesome. If not, I guess I'll just talk to myself for a little bit. There's no main topic, nothing to learn. I mean, you may learn some things along the chat, but this is kind of just a spur of the moment open chat. I have my phone on the charger right now. If we get some folks in here, I'll get on my phone and get on camera. Until then, you'll just be hearing old gear and looking at my pretty picture right there out in nature on a state park hiking trail. I do not recommend going hiking when it's hot. However, if you get up real early in the morning and do a shorter, or if you can handle the heat before dark, enjoy it. Sure wouldn't go in the middle of the afternoon with this heat. Best time to go hiking is about a 65-degree high day. Any warmer than that, make sure you take a lot of water. Take water anyway, no matter the temperature, but if it's hot, you need even more water. And one of those cooling towels you put around your neck will help. Wear a nice shaded air flowing hat. Like I said, I didn't really have any topics. I'm sure if we get some folks up, it'll be gardening, homesteading, knives, hunting, fishing, sitting out on your front porch. Uh, I guess my internet connection decided to. It is a 5G wireless connection modem. I probably should have wired it in now that I think of it. So we'll see how it goes. Hey, Danny. Good afternoon. Enjoy your supper. What you eating? Want to eat all that? Sure look good. But yeah, we got rid of cable and ended up getting a wireless 5G connection. And let's just say it gets the job done, but it's not as good as the cable internet was. However, if you're not able to get cable internet, it would do the job for you. I haven't hooked the wire up, so I need to do that one of these days to see how well that works. So, as I was saying, I went out to the garden today and checked on the garden. Deadheaded some marigolds, deadheaded some geraniums, need to deadhead some more. But it got to the point where I'm like, too hot for this. I'm going inside. We saved some marigold seeds. We got us a pretty good start on them. Now there's some that that I've already separated. Then I have a bag that's going to be a little bit of everything. Not sure what I'm going to do with all the seeds. Might share them, might not. I don't know. I I had a plan for some marigold seeds this summer, but when it was the time to get to starting them, I got real busy at work and never got around to that. But it's still something I want to do. But now it's about too late for this year, so that may be on the agenda for next year. I may just start marigolds and buy tomato plants to start. I don't know. But it's been a decent gardening year, even though it's been seems like one of the hottest summers, the longest. Been keeping the garden watered. Haven't fertilized it in a while. Probably should probably should give it some fertilizer, but not sure that I have any left. I'll have to go check this evening when I water the garden. But this hot part of summer, the dog days of summer they call it, I pretty much just water it and let it be. What will be will be. What it be, it be. Speaking of bees, while I was outside, I seen plenty of bees and butterflies and some other pollinators on the marigolds and zinnias. It's a beautiful thing to see. I haven't seen any hummingbirds this year, which that don't mean we haven't had a visitor, just means that I haven't seen it. I planted less zinnias this year, so it might not be around. However, in the next few weeks, the migration south will be beginning. So who knows? We might see one yet. Hello, folks out there. Y'all having a good one? I sure hope you are. For lunch today, I had me a good old bologna sandwich and chips. Been a while since I had a bologna sandwich. A little bit of Hellman's on it. Hellman's ain't really my thing, but it's what we had. I think I got it for a recipe. It specifically called for Hellman's. I'm more of a Miracle Whip person, but been going for mayo Supposedly it's a little bit healthier for you. I know it's a lot better for you if you make it homemade, but my home won't make it. No, that's a bad one. I apologize for that outburst, but can't beg my pardon. Gotta give. Gotta grab me a swig of Red Diamond sweet tea real quick. Oh man, some good stuff. Drink it by the gallon when I got it. Drink it up pretty fast and it's gone. I drink a lot of water. Drink a gallon, maybe a gallon and a half of water a day when I'm working. When I'm not working, I need to drink more water than I do. Outside, went spent some time in the kitty penitentiary, pantry, whatever it's called, petting the cats, giving them some fresh, cool water, and looking up at the sky, saying, "We sure could use a good soaking rain." I don't know about y'all, but we sure could. The ground is clay here, junk dirt, as I've heard it called before. Can't grow nothing in it but weeds. But weeds ain't always a bad thing. You got poke, dock, and there's a lot of other weeds that are actually good, beneficial greens and medicinal. Hey, Homestead Aquarius, you having a good one? Sure hope you are. Not sure how well this is coming through, if there's a lot of interference or anything. Hope there isn't, but if there is, let me know. But the old junk dirt, clay dirt, sure is starting to crack pretty good. Um, we'll get some rain sooner or later. And I'm back. My internet kicked me once again. Using 5G wireless internet, I really need to get out the cable and hook to the modem. So I hope y'all can hear me now. If anyone's watching the playback, thank you. I don't know why you are, but thank you. Just old gear rambling on here. Ramble on for a little while more and see if anybody wants to come on. I ain't really been getting outdoors much as I'd like to. One reason had some vehicle problems. It's like, well, good enough to drive, but didn't want to drive too far. Wanted to save it for work until I could get it fixed. But got that fixed, but there's another reason that I ain't been driving it too far, but that's none of your business. We'll get that taken care of soon enough. One of these days, going to have get some tires on it. These tires are about tired. You got one every 2 weeks, have to put some air in it. But they still got tread, so let them rip. Hopefully you can hear me now, if you're still out there. Can you hear me now? But I got some packs of wildflower seeds from the master gardeners here in town. And I'm back. We got somebody down in the basement. Can you hear me down there? It puts the lotion on the skin, gets the hose again. Let's welcome Danny to the stage, Cage and Hydroponics.
Oh, God. Hold on. What's up?
Hey, Cajun, Danny, how you doing?
I was trying to get it to where they didn't show my beautiful face.
Oh, down at the bottom, there's the camera icon.
There we go. Too much going on in the background. How you been, Gear?
Been pretty good. Are you getting any feedback from my end?
You sound good over here. Just whenever it kind of refreshes or takes its little break. You disappear.
All right, I probably need to get up and find my modem cable, but I don't know if I will or not.
Nah. It might work better now. It just needed a kick in the butt. Get started.
But yeah, I got a lot going on in my background. That's why my camera's not up. My computer's set up in the kitchen, and it's a small kitchen.
All right. I had disconnected my microphone and my speakers and everything was disconnected from my computer. Whenever you messaged me earlier, I had to see if I could find everything. I hadn't been YouTubing in a while.
Right on.
Well, Mr. Robert, if that's what you feel, you go ahead and you do it. But don't you be messaging me later. Try to act all big and bad, and then he wants to message every day like we partners or something.
I haven't done a live from my computer in a while. Usually it's on my phone and out in the garden.
I haven't been YouTubing or haven't been doing much. the last 2 weeks, I got shots in my back and shots in my knees. Is the most pain I've ever had in anything at any time in my life. It was horrible. Haven't been getting around much.
Dang.
The
nerve pain or?
It's secondary stuff from when I tore my quad tendon. I guess about 18 months ago. I tore my quad tendon at work, and it's kind of, I walk funny now because it hurts, and one leg's a little bit longer than the other one, and it causes joint inflammation and stuff because I'm either walking funny or standing funny. And long story short, I'm getting old fast.
I hear you there.
But they went in and they tried to inject some stuff in my back to help with the issues that's causing, and then in my knee to help with the issues that's happening. It hurt, but when they were putting it, what they did, they take an ultrasound unit, and then they find a nerve that they want to go in there and freeze, and they deaden the area topical, and then they put a needle in there that's about the size of your pinky, and then it drips some stuff. And I thought they were done with it. The lady said she was moving on to the next one. They do that to 4 nerves at the knee, and I looked down, and that straw was still sticking out my knee with that little machine on the top of it. Oh, I got weak. I thought I was going to throw up. Oh, my. It was rough.
Dang.
But we did okay with the little management I was able to do with the greenhouse in the backyard and the couple little rows of cucumbers. We did all right this year growing. Wasn't nothing to write home about, but it was nice. We enjoyed visiting with the locals and everybody that comes by and gets some tomatoes from us. It was we really enjoyed that part of it.
I got invited from one of the farmers at the farmers market to come check out their farm sometime, but I'm not sure that I'll ever get around to it. They're about 20 miles out of town.
Oof.
Which ain't really far, but it's in a direction that I hardly ever go in.
Right. Yeah, I made friends with a guy since I've gotten hurt. He's about probably 35 miles from me. It's not that far. He got a little farm. I met him through Facebook, and I made it to his place one time. I only get some cabbage and stuff last year, but I'd like to go during the summertime and see how he does everything. He does about 1 acre, a little 1 acre small farm, and it's amazing what he grows on it. I love checking out other people's stuff to see, how it can help me, or if I can help them.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how folks can grow quite a bit on a small piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
Enough for them and to make a little bit of money.
We only had one greenhouse this year. And then we had the backyard. I had put in a system in the backyard for hydroponics. It ended up getting flooded and it was just starting to get kicked off. But we did about 750 to 1,000 pounds of tomatoes, in the yard. And then I don't know how many cucumbers, not enough cucumbers. We still had people begging for more. We had about 100-foot row of cucumbers in the yard.
Wow. A lot of people wanting pickles.
Would they eat them?
Or just fresh?
Just fresh cucumbers. It's during the summertime, a lot of people like eating that around here. Fresh cucumber,
Yeah.
some put salt, black pepper and a little vinegar. Some eat it with, they chill it and put ranch dressing on it. Some just eat it like that. A little bit
I
of
don't
salt.
know why they'd want to ruin them with racing.
I'm the same way. Ranch dressing goes on salad. That's it. But I don't know. You said you what, a Hellman's guy? Oh Lord. Miracle Whip. I'm sorry.
That's what I grew up with.
I converted a whole bunch of people when I was living in Ohio.
For like a tomato sandwich, I don't use Miracle Whip. It's mayo.
Mayo.
But it's got to have a little bit of salt and pepper to it.
Oh yeah. Well, you got to have that on a tomato sandwich. Got to have that.
But the older I get, the more I'm starting to like mayo. I guess I'm getting old.
How old are you?
38.
Oh, you ain't old yet.
Feel like I'm 78 some days.
Oh. Mr. Robert could tell us how that is.
have one job at work that I got to start in one position, then turn to the right, then turn to the right again, then go all the way back to the left, and
all day long.
Not all day long, for a 2 or 3 hour rotation. My right hip and right knee really feels it sometimes.
I know exactly what you're saying.
I mean, there's some days I do that spot 2 or 3 times. Whenever we're short-handed, I'm dumb enough to volunteer to do it.
That repetitive motion's not good on the body at all.
There was one time I told the boss, I said, if I got to do it again today, I'm clocking out and going home. We've had a couple of people quit and a couple of people switch to different departments.
So it makes y'all short-handed?
Yeah. That we get help from other departments, but none of them are trained in certain areas.
I got you.
Our helpers, we give them the easier stuff.
That's how it was offshore. That's how it was. I won't be going back to work offshore anymore. I'm a homebody now.
Right on.
I don't know what my next job's gonna be, but it's not gonna be in the oil field.
Farmer.
I don't know if I can. I want to so bad. And it might actually be the best option. That would, I can do stuff a certain amount of time, then take a break for however long I need, and get people to help and different things. It's an option, but I don't know. I don't know. It's like I want to get 5 to 10 acres of property and give it a shot. But it's always scary taking money out of savings, because if I do it, I don't want to do it in debt. So taking money out of my retirement to do it is scary.
Have you been out to your other piece of property lately?
Man, I started cutting it the other day. It was dry for a few days. It's bad. Oh God, the grass was so tall. It was over my little tractor. I got about 3/4 of it cut and had to come home. And then it ended up raining the next day. I couldn't go back. I still got blackberries over there, but everything else is all growed up. It looks like I still have some asparagus going, but the weeds and everything are so thick around that it's hard to see. I'm gonna try to cut it right before wintertime, and then I have some bales of hay over there, and I'll try to throw the bale of hay on top, spread some hay out on top to help the asparagus outrun the weeds.
Right on. I watched a video of some ladies picking asparagus. Can't remember exactly where it was, but it was on, I guess their great grandparents owned the farm and planted asparagus in that area years ago. And grass was tall, and they harvested quite a bit of asparagus. So I guess asparagus.
Oh, it don't bother. It's just a fine.
Fights for.
Oh yeah.
Fights for its spot in the ground, I guess.
Yep. It a guy I worked with in Ohio was from Pittsburgh, lived up in Pittsburgh, and he bought his grandparents' place, and they had it's probably like a 20 by 20 area, and they had put metal tin in the ground to stop the asparagus from spreading. He said because it's very invasive. And he said he'll pick up all the asparagus he needs out of that little area. They're just one on top of the other. You know, they're so close together fighting. But he says he'll pick up in that little area, he'll pick up everything he needs for a year of asparagus and still have plenty to give away.
Wow.
And he said he's never done anything, never put any fertilizer to it. His grandparents planted that 70, 80 years ago when they first bought the property. The plants die, the roots get old, the seeds fall, it starts new, and just repetitive. It's cool to hear stories like that. He showed me some pictures. It was amazing.
I guess asparagus roots can grow pretty deep depending on the soil.
Right. Yeah, they're pretty active. Real active. I still got, I don't know how many plants I have left, but I had 100 buckets that I had to put in the ground before I got hurt. They're still sitting in the buckets. There's still a few of them that made it. I had a whole bunch of blackberries that I had just received. Sheena had actually put them in some pots for me just before I got hurt. And they're all overgrown. They're still in the pots and everything by the greenhouse, but they're overgrown with weeds. But I don't want to pull the weeds out. It's like they're doing amazing. They're doing better than the other blackberries that I take care of. So I don't want to mess with them with the weeds and everything. At some point, I'm going to have to replant them somewhere else.
Yeah, I had intended to cut some weeds out of my tomato buckets this afternoon, but got to the point where I'm like, it's too hot for this. I'm going back inside.
I've been trying to work on some old engines, some old motors.
That's always fun.
Yeah, it's some old lawnmowers. One of them I had bought about 4 years ago, and it was having some issues. I ended up finding it, got it started. It's a Craftsman, but it's a snap-up type. But after about 2 hours of being bent over and everything, I can't do no more with them. So, but I got that. Then I got an old Craftsman Zero Turn that hadn't run in about 15 years. It's been sitting out in the tall grass in the rain. Started playing with it. Took about a week, couple hours a day. I got it running. I need to adjust the valves on it. But
the first one you mentioned, is it one of the rear engines?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little Craftsman, but it's the rear engine type, like the old.
I've went through plenty of those. they would last longer if I didn't get a hold of them. But
Well, the deck shot on it. I got some ideas for some little projects I want to do with it, but I gotta be able to work to do something with it. But I needed something to do. I needed to get out the house, so I go in the garage until I can't take it no more. When I start hurting too bad, I come back in the house. But I got it running. I got that old Craftsman. I got an old Kawasaki Prairie. I had got for I traded a little welding machine that I didn't want. I was gonna bring it back, and the guy's like, "You can have that if you give it a welding machine." So I got that. We rode it around a little bit. They had a brake that was stuck. It had been parked since we moved back from Ohio. I started messing with it. I cleaned the carburetor in it and kind of at a standstill with it. I got a broke wire or something somewhere. I don't have no power going to the front. So after I get that other Craftsman zero turn running, then I'm going to start messing with that.
I was going to buy one of those rear engine mowers, one of the cheaper ones here 2 years ago, but the oldest kid was mad that he wouldn't get to push mow anymore. So I said, well, never mind. I won't buy it and push mow. I said, on those hot days you don't want to mow or you're sick, you're going to get your butt out of bed and mow anyways.
How did that work out? He still likes push mowing?
Yeah. I've only had to make him do it once this year.
That's good.
The other times I've had to tell him to wait.
That's an awesome thing, though.
I don't.
You ain't got
Even though he's an adult now, I don't want him out there mowing if I'm not here. One of those still kind of scary with it, so you got to watch him.
Right.
Well, if you don't watch him, he'll not pick up the sticks and just run them over.
Huh. He must be related to Sheena. We were cutting grass at the property a while back. I was cutting on one side, Sheena was cutting on the other side, and I had my headphones in. She'd been cutting a little while. I'd run out of gas, so I took my headphones out, start walking back, and I can hear, grrr. God damn, man, what? I see you hit something. I'm running over the sticks. You're supposed to be picking that up. It's not a mulcher. She did a good job cleaning up that time. And she keeps cutting a pair of eyes at me. Every time I talk about it, she gets mad at me.
If it's like real little sticks, I won't complain too much. But when it's like a limb, pick that up.
Oh, yeah. It was some limbs. We got 4 old pecan trees over there at that property, and they drop branches and limbs all the time. She's running them over. We had we got the it's a Craftsman garden tractor. The oh, hey Carol.
Hey Sunshine.
The deck went out on the other zero turn I had, and at the time I didn't want to spend the money. It was cheaper to buy a new lawnmower than it was to buy a new deck. Those have come down actually recently, so I did fix that old zero turn, that one as well. I got a half acre and I'm about to have 3 lawnmowers, but I'd rather have them instead of just letting them go to waste and breaking and not using them. Never know. I might start a farm one day and need them.
Yeah.
It's my dream.
Yeah, there's a guy in a small town near the small town I grew up. He used to do small engine lawnmower, chainsaw repairs,
Right.
sharpen blades and chains. He passed away, and his kids had his land pretty much cleared, everything scrapped. It's like, man, it's hard enough to find good used parts the way it is.
Right. That's since I started working on them lawnmowers, I've been watching some videos trying to figure out, trying to remember. I hadn't, like, adjusting valves. I ain't adjusted valves on a small motor since I was in high school. I haven't really done much with small motors since I was in high school. So I've been watching a few videos trying to catch up. They got some people making some good money picking up broken lawnmowers because the spark plug's bad or, almost nothing. And people just go out and buy a new one because they don't want to take the time to look at it and see if they can fix it. Like the old black zero turn that I have that I'm working on right now, the valves need to be adjusted on it. And it's common in that type of lawnmower, and people throw them away because they think there's a bent push rod or something's wrong with it because a regular battery won't start. And they got one guy, that's all he does is ride around looking for those type of motors. You'll pick up the whole lawnmower for $75 to $100, go home, spend 45 minutes on it, and it's got it running.
Right on. This guy, if he didn't have a riding mower or push mower ready to go, if he was looking for one, he would say, give me a week or 2 weeks and I'll have you one. And usually when you went back a week or two later, whenever he said, he'd usually have 2 or 3 ready to go for your pick.
They got an old man up the road that does that.
If there was anything, like if the belt was good enough but not good, he'd let you know.
Oh, he was
Hey,
good
if
about
you
it.
want to go, if you want to go ahead and take it, if that belt snaps within the next month, bring it back and I'll replace it free.
That's a good dude to have around.
If you wanted your chain sharpened before wood cutting season, you better get there about a month before, or you'll be a few weeks behind.
Long list of people. They ain't got people that do stuff like that anymore.
I wish when I was younger, I wish I would have took him up on the offer of helping him out and learning from him.
You'd be surprised how much there's not really a whole bunch about those small motors. It's easy.
With one of my, excuse me, riding mowers years ago, I took it to him. And within 5 minutes, he's like, "Oh, that's the coil or magneto, whatever it was."
Right?
Had it going in like 15 minutes of being there. Hey, Howie at Food Forest Permaculture.
Those small engines, it's nice to be able to have a general idea to be able to figure out what's wrong with them. And YouTube makes it nice to help troubleshoot and learn how to fix them. Shoot,
I grew up, if it ain't Briggs and Stratton, you're working on crap again. But I've had my Honda push mower for over 7 years now.
No.
Change the spark plug, oil, air filter, clean the air filter out a couple times throughout the year.
The last push mower we bought didn't make 2 years. The deck rotted out.
Yeah, it's to the point where I need to lift it up somehow and do some good washing and grinding and painting.
Maintenance is the best. You keep up with that, and stuff will last forever.
It's about to the point where it's going to need new wheels.
We never used the push lawnmower that much. I was offshore at work, and Sheena called. She's like, "The lawnmower's making a funny noise." I said, "Well, leave it. When I come in, I'll look at it." And it was making a funny noise because the blade was hitting the ground. They had a big old chunk missing out the side. Big piece of rust that fell, left a hole big enough to pass a fist through. And it would shake, and then the blade would hit the ground, cronk, cronk, making some noise.
Growing up, my parents had just right at 5 acres, and we probably had to mow about an acre and a half, and with 2 people weed eating about 2 hours straight. Sometimes it would get to where we had to weed eat the whole thing, then mow it.
We had my mama had an acre and a quarter, but her 2 brothers each had an acre and a quarter all together where we lived, but they wasn't taking care of it. So we cut that grass too. And we had this it was a Craftsman that was about a 32-inch cut. And it would take, it felt like it took a whole week to cut all that grass.
We had riding mowers on and off, but some kid, I won't mention Gear's name, ended up tearing them up most of the time.
Yeah. Pop bought one, and that thing lasted at least 20 years. We wore the motor out of it, and he was able to pick up another motor from somebody for cheap. He put that secondhand motor on it, and we rode that. And that's what they had when I bought my first zero turn. We were still using that little lawnmower. Went from a 30-inch cut to a 50-inch cut. It's like, oh my.
Nice. I'm kind of glad we didn't get a little riding mower, because that would mean even more weed eating for me. When you got a small yard.
I had to get me one of them push weed eaters. I bought a brand new one about a month before I hurt myself. And I get about 15 minutes on the weed eater, and I'm done for about 3 or 4 days. I can't do anything. So I bought me one of them push weed eaters. They're nice.
Right on. I've never used one of those, but I've seen them used, and it's like, man, years ago when I worked on a golf course, it'd been nice to have something like that.
Yeah. Oh, my wife's trying to get me to get some goats so bad. She said if we get some more property for a farm, 5 to 10 acres, she's like, you get me a cow You getting me some goats? I'm like, that's fine as long as you are fine with everything going in the, in the freezer camp. I'm good with that.
Can't eat them, don't need them.
Right? Oh, you should have seen them eyes. She just cut to me. Cool.
I tell my old lady, I said, if we ever hit hard times, I said, we're going to start with that cat right there and that one. And
I just cut the tail off. They look just like a rabbit.
that was a quiet afternoon after that.
It's so peaceful. You growing anything this fall?
I plan on growing tomatoes and marigolds until the frost.
Frost. You're not doing any cabbage or anything like that?
I need to look through my seeds to see if I have any. I know I have some kale seeds. See if I have any turnips or don't really do a lot for the fall.
Right.
One of those I get wore out or burn out through the summer, and it's like whatever grows till fall grows to fall.
whatever grows to the first frost, huh?
Yeah. I do need to see if I have any cucumber seeds. Probably should have already had those started.
I keep saying I want to plant some cucumber seeds, but I just never make it out there to pass the tiller to get started. It is after you get so excited, Carol, for the springtime growing, and it's so much fun, but it's so much work that it's hard to do a fall garden, especially in our area, because it goes from lava hot to awfully cool, and when it's cool you don't feel like gardening.
It seemed like last year we went from hot to a couple days of fall to winter.
We had a nice fall last year until December. We only had a couple of days that was in the mid 30s. And then January we got a frost, and then we got 2 Arctic freezes back to back. Shoot, we had like 4 inches of snow one day. It got down to like 4 degrees. That ain't supposed to be happening over here. The dude wanted to go outside and play. We didn't even have, clothes for him to go outside and play. I don't think he owns a pair of long pants. Oh yeah, 2 of them. Yeah, the kids don't even have for school. We don't even buy them long pants for school, because when there's cold days, they let them wear sweatpants or something. They don't have to wear the uniforms.
Right on. I went to find a pair of shorts the other day, and I couldn't even find my short. I know I have some or had some.
I hit the jackpot today at Walmart. They were $5 a pair. Yes, please. I've been wearing my work.
I couldn't find any jean shorts in my size. The basketball shorts, I can't carry what I carry in my pockets usually without them falling down.
I've been wearing that a lot since I got hurt. I got to wear that to all my doctor's appointments and everything. I know exactly what you mean when you say you can't carry. It's horrible. It's not. I've been wearing I got stacks of pants from work, old pants, and that's what I've been wearing. I didn't want to mess up my shorts to work in around the house. Love you. But I got me some work shorts today. We lost you, Gear.
I'm here.
Okay. Ooh, that sounds good. Beef shank and veggies. Oh,
It sure does. Not even for sure what I'm making for supper later. I'm thinking fried hot dogs and macaroni and cheese, something easy.
You had asked earlier what I was eating. They got a butcher place up the road that sells chicken cracklings. They pull the skin off the thighs and they fry it, make a crackling with it. And they don't do it. If they don't sell the thigh meat, they sell them in 40-pound boxes for cheap. Well, they put it up, 40 pounds of thighs for $20. So I went pick up 2 boxes and I deboned them over the last couple of days. It's nice. And that's what we had tonight. I pan fried some chicken. Sheena made some potatoes, some mashed potatoes, and some beans and corn.
Nice. A lot of people's favorite part of the chicken is the breast, but they're missing out on the thighs.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite part, the thigh. I'll take if I'm frying, I don't mind frying the breast. We'll take that and I'll fry it, but I cut it thin. But if I'm cooking it, making a gravy, a bacon, anything, nothing happening. I'm using the dark meat.
Yeah, I baked some boneless thighs last night, and a lot of my house are picky, so I cut the fat off, and some of it I left in the pan and ate it myself, and the rest of it I boiled in some little bit of water and gave it to the cats for a treat.
Nice.
Then they still wanted their hard treats a little while after that.
They're greedy.
Yeah.
But I don't shoot down hot dogs. That's my go-to. If Sheena's like, what you want to eat for supper? Hot dogs. Hot dogs. I boil them for a little while, get them soft, then I cut them in half and throw them in the air fryer, brown them up. I eat them on a slice of bread with some mayo and some ketchup. That's good.
Sounds good. Just missing the onion.
Well, usually I like to brown the onions. Like tonight, we made we fried the chicken and stuff in a cast iron skillet. So I put some onions and jalapeno peppers in there, and I grilled them down. Made like a little gravy with it to put on top of it's almost like a hamburger steak sauce with the onions and jalapenos. And I make a lot of it when we do it, so I'll put it in there. And if I have it, I'll heat it up and put it on top of the hot dogs as well.
Sounds good. Have a good one, Howie.
Oh. Mr. Robert over there hiding.
Made roasted some taters and had some pork and beans with the chicken thighs last night.
I love pork and beans.
I don't know why, but I opened 2 cans of pork and beans.
How you cook them?
Pork and beans?
Yeah, you add anything to them?
No, I usually just open the can and stick the spoon in there, mix it around, and throw it on the plate.
No.
Now, if I was making them for just me, I would saute some onions and put them in a saucepan and add a little bit of barbecue sauce and maybe some brown sugar.
That's how Sheena does it, the brown sugar. We have it's kind of like a molasses, but it's called steam syrup. It's kind of like a sugar cane molasses they make. Oh, I love that. That's what I add instead of the sugar or the brown sugar. That's what I add to it with a little bit of real butter, and I let it cook, simmer for about a half hour till the beans are soft, soft, soft. That's how I
That
like
sounds
it.
good.
And the steam syrup will pretty much be the same thing as adding the barbecue sauce. It's good like that. But I gotta cook all my beans. Stop. Phone's hollering at me.
One kid won't eat pork and beans. The old lady won't eat them if I put barbecue sauce in them. Junior, stop it.
Colt don't eat nothing anymore except for macaroni. Like, dude, you're too big to just eat macaroni. That's all he wants. He don't even eat gumbo no more.
Does he know how to cook it himself?
The macaroni, oh yeah. He makes they got the microwave ones, but he also knows how to make the ones on the stove. Oh yeah. When he's with me, I'm home a lot more. He's like, I'm hungry. Go eat. What you want? Some macaroni? Oh, you can make that. You old enough, you 9, dude. Get you some. I don't baby him like his mama does. He gets mad.
Yeah, I tell my youngest, dude, you're 16. I was cooking full 5-course meals whenever I was 16.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Shoot.
He put his bowl of macaroni, the cup, put it in the microwave one time without putting the water in there.
Wow. Colts did that.
Popcorn in there real bad.
When we were in like the second grade, we were 7 or 8 years old. My mama was working at the cafeteria. And she had to be there early in the morning, and Pop had to leave to go to work. So they were gone before we were even getting up. We would get up in the morning, we'd eat cereal or eggs, whatever, have to walk to the end of the road, almost a half mile to catch the bus. The only thing we ever did was fight. I mean, me and my twin brother, that was like gas and fire. There's always an explosion. The bus would be pulling up. The bus driver would have to come pull us apart.
I think I was around like 12 whenever I started cooking like full meals. But I started making like ramen noodles, grilled cheese, fried taters at like 8.
Ramen noodles wasn't a thing when I was 8. It was toast bread with sugar and cinnamon. That was the go-to. That was the quick meal for us.
Me and my younger siblings ate a bunch of butter sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and pickles and crackers with just a little bit of ketchup on there.
Oh, I don't eat pickles. You've ever eaten peanut butter and syrup? God, I love that. When I can't sleep at night, I get up and Chino come with. Oh, I knew you were eating that.
When I make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, even though I'm using jelly, I put the peanut butter in the bowl first, A little bit of syrup, mix it up in there, then put the jelly and stir it up, then put it on sandwiches.
Oh yeah.
The first time the old lady ever made me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, she had peanut butter on one slice of bread and jelly on the other slice, and
Kind of
I'm like,
uppity
what
peanut
is
butter.
this crap?
Kind of uppity peanut butter sandwich you trying to serve me? Got to be mixed. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Makes it taste so much better.
They like those, can't think of what they're called, jelly, what are they?
Those little
Some
round
kind
sandwiches.
of, do what?
Those little round sandwiches.
Yeah.
Maya likes those. We'll
I'm
take them.
like, we can make those at home and we can make a lot more for cheaper.
Oh, yep, that's what I was getting ready to say. We do. We'll get 2 or 3 loaves and we'll do it when Maya wants some, and we put them in the freezer. Super cheap and easy to make. Oh yeah, you make close to 100 for what you'd pay for one box of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I just use a cup. Find a cup that we like that's the right size. Chop. I found a video today to make some chicken nuggets. I want to give that a shot next week. It's like you take a can of pre-cooked can of a can of chicken breast. The cans of them. Take a big can of that, 1 egg, and 3/4 a cup of mozzarella cheese. Put it in a blender and mix it to like almost a paste. Then you scoop it out, put it in the air fryer for like 12 to 15 minutes. And it looks just like the McDonald's nuggets. So I said, I got to try that.
Sounds good. We went to one of them, can't think of what it's called, but it's like a grocery store that sells stuff that's about to expire.
Right?
Or like factory seconds.
Almost like a day-old store.
I'm not sure, I guess maybe, but
That's what they call them around here. It's a
they
day-old
got
store.
some meats and stuff.
Uh-huh.
They had Wright's bacon, and it was like $5 cheaper than Walmart, and bought 2 things of it. It's like, man, I should have bought more while we was there.
Oh, yeah. Bacon's expensive.
Bought some chicken nuggets. They look like the same ones that you get at the restaurant with a big yellow M.
Yep.
McDonald's.
Yep.
Not sponsored. If they want to sponsor me, they can. But anyways, I baked some of them, and it's like, these are all right. I'd get them again, but I'd have to fry them, deep fry them.
Right. Mr. Robert, you're not hungry. All you're going to do is mess it up with some Old Bay. That's a joke.
Light you a candle on your table and get your plastic fork out and melt it over your candle and chow down.
Yeah. He'll send me stuff with videos that say, oh, people cooking with Old Bay. That's nasty. Throw that in the long grass. Wright's. I've never heard of Wright's bacon. But if it's bacon, it's got to be good.
It's, of store-bought bacon, it's probably my favorite.
I've never had any homemade bacon, so I couldn't compare it. I like store-bought.
Years ago, I bought some bacon from a butcher shop, and the old lady didn't care for it. And I'm like, this is better than anything you can buy at the store, but all right, I won't get it.
When I went pick up the thighs the other day at the butcher shop, I got a pound of boudin. It ended up being, it's about 2 links. So I got a pound of it. I figured when Sheena got off of work, I'd surprise her with a link of boudin. Yeah, I surprised her all right. I ate both of them on the way home. That stuff was good. He said, I thought you were getting me a link of boudin. I did. You just wasn't around to eat it. I didn't want it to go to waste.
Hey, Josh. How you doing, Gardener Josh? Are you gardening anything?
We need to get up to talking to cooking. Oof. Might have to go back and eat again. Gardener Josh. Eat fine. Oh.
But they had one of the grocery stores had a deal on those Lunchables, which it is cheaper to just make your own Lunchables, but the deal they had on the ones that come with a little candy bar and a drink
right
was too good to pass up. While I was there, I'm like, well, let me look around and see what the other deals are. I ended up grabbing one of their advertisements, ended up buying a bunch of Oscar Mayer hot dogs for cheaper than I could get the bar's hot dogs.
That's our thing on Tuesday nights. We sit down and we check out the grocery store prices. Everything goes on sale Wednesdays over here. So we go through the flyers and see what's going to be on sale.
This place, to get the deal, you had to buy 5 of whatever it was. Ended up spending like $60 there. And the next grocery store I went to, I spent $150, and it felt like I got more at the other store than there.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much the only thing we buy that's not on sale is milk. Everything else we try to buy it. Excuse me. Everything else we try to buy it on sale. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Colt drinks a lot of milk.
Do you freeze milk?
No, I don't do that. He don't. He's not gonna drink it if we freeze it. It's slightly different. We have got him to drink the shelf stable milk. He's drank that a couple times. When we run out, we always keep some on the shelf, and he's okay with it, but it's not something he wants to do all the time. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he used to drink a gallon of milk a day till we swapped it to some 1%, and he didn't like it. So we left it like that for about a month and cut him back on it. A gallon a day easy.
That's what the old lady likes now is 1%. I grew up on whole milk.
Mm-hmm. But he don't drink sodas or anything. Yep. He don't like the whole milk. He don't like it's too thick, he says. But yeah, he don't drink. He drinks milk and water. That's it. No sodas. Every once in a while, he'll drink one of them little barrel drinks. Sheena had a oh, it does. Strictly grass-fed beef does taste a lot different.
I need to find another farmer to buy some beef from. The one that I had been buying it from, his parents decided they was ready to retire and sold off their herd.
Mm. It's a sad time when that happens. He didn't want to continue it.
He has a full-time job and
Okay.
has his own little herd, and he's about ready to retire himself.
People look forward to retirement. I've been partially retired the last 18 months. I don't like it.
They decided they was going to buy an RV and go sightseeing.
Cool. Using a ribeye for a stew. I bet it did taste good.
Every time I go somewhere and order a steak, if they ask me if I'd like some A1 sauce or any of that, I always ask them, is the steak that bad that it needs it?
I always tell them I want ketchup just to see their face. Because they always come drop the steak off. And then they'll come back a couple minutes later. How is everything? You got some ketchup for the steak? Oh, my.
They ask me, do you need any ketchup for the fries? If the steak's cooked just right, I won't need any ketchup for the fries.
Oh, I love that juice. The steak juice for the fries. Oh.
You know, the guy I bought beef from, they was grass fed, but they was finished off with grain and probably corn.
Fatten them up a little bit, give them some fat.
I think like the last month or so before they took them, they fattened them up. Yeah.
We made our own ground meat. It's been about 6 months. Did a brisket meat and some type of roast. Super One was having a sale on them back to back, so we ended up getting it. It was cheaper to buy that than it was to buy the ground meat. You know, it's so much better. We took about 60% of the fat off of the briskets, and I made tallow with it. Oh, that was even better, man. That stuff, beef tallow, that stuff will change the way you eat stuff.
Nice.
Even hot dogs.
Last time I went to make some fried chicken legs, it's like, dang it, I forgot to get some oil. The only thing I had was coconut oil. So it made for some sweet chicken.
It was good.
It was different, but I thought it was good, but I'm not really one to complain about food unless I order a medium steak and it comes out well done.
That's ruining a steak getting it medium. It needs to be rare.
I could eat it rare, but my stomach wouldn't benefit from it.
We might eat ribeyes.
It would just say hi and bye.
Hi and bye. We might eat out once a year in a place like that. But every time we do, it's like How you want your ribeye? As rare as y'all can legally cook it. That's what I tell them, because they're like, "Oh, you sure?" Like, yeah, I'm going to eat it. And Sheena tells them, "Oh yeah, he'll eat it. Bring it raw, he'll eat it."
I don't know what kind of cows this guy had. Some were brown, some were black. They all tasted good.
I'm gonna have to get off of here, Gear. I'm gonna have to get out of this chair for a little while. It's starting to hurt.
Alrighty. Thanks for coming by.
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna keep playing it in the background. I'm gonna be
All
listening.
right. Hopefully you can find some relief for what your body has going on. If anybody wants to come up, feel free to do so. You don't have to show your face, although I'd like to see it in the basement just to be sure of who you are. The link is pinned up to the top now. You might have to give it just a second. I think y'all are subscribed to each other, but if you're not, feel free to check out each other's channels. We're at hour and 23 minutes. Nice. About 5:30 Central Time, 6:30 Eastern. Right on, Homestead Aquarius. You ain't got to show your face, so I know who you are. Just type in the private chat that you're there. Something. Right on, sunshine. Are you stating that, or are you asking him to? I'm joking with you. I didn't know I could still show comments up here. Haven't used StreamYard in quite a while. Last handful of times I went live was on my phone straight from YouTube. Sunday, lost the day of the week. At first I thought that said last day of the week. I was going to say, isn't it the first day of the week? but at the same time, it's part of the weekend. Heading to the garden. Right on, Shawnee. Hopefully it survived and soaked in quite a bit of that rain. You could send some of it this way. Right on, Shawnee. Hopefully the popcorn survived the rains. Not sure if y'all can hear that background noise, but one of the cats decided it was time to get up from their naps and scratch at one of their cardboard boxes. Right on, Shawnee. That don't sound good. Made a couple of videos and a couple of shorts while I was outside today. When I get around to editing them and getting them up, I don't know when that'll be, but the shorts will be added to the queue of shorts. Right now, I have a short scheduled every day until, let me see, September 21st. Sometimes I'll bump my shorts up sooner. But my shorts range from anything from flowers to cats to tomatoes and a little bit of random thrown in there. Some water flowing, a little bit of nature sounds. I had a short yesterday, my gladiolus blooms. I guess it's a little bit late posting that, but that thing only got 8 views, so I thought about deleting it. Within the first hour, I thought about deleting it, then reposting it, but I never did. Just let it roll, let it go. 4 people out there. Y'all having a good one? Nope, 3. That fourth person said, I'm out. That's all right. I know folks have other things to do this time of a Sunday afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Family time, dinner time, get ready for church time, head to church time, nap time, water and garden time. I'll probably, if it don't rain within the next few hours, I'll probably go out there and water. Although last night I gave it all a good deep soaking. put water in the tomato buckets until it got to the top, and moved on to the next bucket, and then I went back through after I was done and gave it all another drink. Not another soaking, but another drink. So, still got tomatoes growing on. Hopefully, going to have a couple of nice watermelons. My loofah's doing pretty good. I have like 3 smaller ones and 2 that are getting pretty large, and looks like I may have some more coming on. But I decided I'm probably not going to try eating any of them. Just let them grow and dry out and save the loofah, save the seeds. Food or frogs? Aren't frogs food? Good mess of frog legs sounds good. Alrighty, Homestead Aquarius. I'll be looking for you in the basement. Everyone that's came out this afternoon, thank you for your time. I understand if you have other stuff you need to go do. I had thought about going live at a later time than I did, but I'm like, there's other chats that go on Sunday evening. Just never know if they're going to have them or not. So I just went ahead and scheduled it for the time I did. Welcome, Homestead Aquarius, to the stage.
Hey there, Gear. How you doing, brother?
Not too bad, are you?
I'm all right. Dang, planning on a big cooking thing today, and this rain is stressing me out. I ain't gonna be able to do no cooking. It's a little late. So I'm doing that indoor cooking right here, right? So this could be like a hillbilly cooking episode. Let me show you what I got going. All that's good in the hood right there. See? It's flipped. Why is it flipped? There we go. Let's just do that. We got some cheese and crackers, and it's cheese and crackers. Got a little cheddar cheese and that's sustenance on a rainy day.
Is that an old case?
It is. That is my best friend for years.
Yeah.
Yep. Count on that.
I love food. I love knives too.
I love that knife right there. It helps me out so much. But yeah, I went out last night. I got to thinking about this, and I said, "Oh man, that's starting to sound good." I got an idea for something. It ain't a new idea. It's just new to me cooking it, and um, I'm kind of excited about it. It'll help me eat a better supper for a few nights. You know, uh, it's yeah. I will see how it goes though. When you're cooking with cast iron and charcoal and everything, that's something that there's a built-in amount of like burned, kind of thing that you have to manage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Got to figure out how to do it. And I've done a lot of cooking with some cast iron and everything, but still, you gotta. It's like, well, wait a minute, how am I going to work that out? You know, but it's going to be fun. Going to be a fun thing.
Yeah, I wish I'd done more cast iron cooking than I do. I need
Good
to
stuff.
get my Dutch oven out, and it probably need refinished. I ain't seen it in quite a while.
Yeah, I got a couple of them in the cabin. It's buried deep. That need some love and attention too. I'll get to them one day, but I got a few pieces. I picked up a really cool lodge, an old lodge chicken fryer pot. You know, it's like a Dutch oven, but it's got a little handle on it. It's like a small Dutch oven,
Yeah.
with a lid, a basting lid on it, and those are nice. Um, got that at a consignment shop for like $25. You know, and the deals on cast iron are out there if you're out looking. You can find some great vintage pieces out there. I like to collect it. That's something that you're going to pass down to your kids, that kind of thing. Um, I love cast iron cooking outside.
My kids would just throw it in the trash.
Yeah, well, you got to train them up. Like we was talking about.
Unless they thought it was something they could sell to buy a Google Play card or a card for one of their games.
Brother, I hear you. It just ain't the same anymore, is it? But I guess that's really our fault. We went off the reservation. We went off the better track. You know, of course, our parents did too. Every generation, we stray a little bit further than what we're supposed to, right? So, let me hold on. Get that sip of coffee in. When I was a kid, it was dang near Mayberry, right? And we've drifted away from a lot of that, and you know, I don't know, but we can get it back, you know. Uh, yeah,
The last time we drove by a creek, I pulled over and got out and had to make the kids get out. Found some good skipping rocks, and they was entertained for about 2 minutes, and they was ready to leave. And if either of them could have drove, I would have handed them the keys and tell them to get out of here.
mm, yeah, they got phones. Snatch them phones away if they got phones.
Yeah.
So that's like how you turn a child into or anybody at this point. If anybody's had a phone, you try to take it away from them as they stay off of it, you're going to go through some pain and suffering. All right.
Yeah, I used to have to turn the Wi-Fi off for them to get things done, and took them a while to learn that if they don't do it when they're told to do it, then
We
Wi-Fi
didn't
is going to quit working.
Yeah, we didn't have that when I was a kid. Um, most of us, we didn't have all that. We had life. We did things. Remember? You know?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're still pretty young at 38, but I mean, let's see. There wasn't even cell phones of any kind back then yet, except for bag phones that you had to have a car, something like that.
Yeah, I
Big
only
old,
had one family member that had one of them.
yeah. I remember when man, my folks called the house. And they were off somewhere. And they said, "Hey, we're over here," and blah blah blah. I'm like, "We're talking to you from our car." I'm like, what? Man, quit lying. Y'all need to quit lying. You ain't talking to nobody from no car. You know? It's like, yeah. I'm like, that was the stuff. Now we're talking to each other while we're on the throne, It's like it's so inappropriate. We done lost that. There are things that are appropriate and things that are not. Now you go to Walmart, go to anywhere else, or worse, a restaurant. You got some dude sitting there on his phone talking loud, right? It's like, brother, get out of here with that. You know what did you miss? In growing up, where's your couth? Where's your couth, sir? Mm,
Yeah, I hate going anywhere and sitting next to somebody talking loud on their cell phone.
that's right.
They're
That's
having
right.
a quick conversation, that don't bother me, but when they're on the phone for 30 minutes and you can hear them 30 feet away.
Yeah, yeah. Save that for your Instagram. Go off somewhere. We don't need to hear all that. Some people are like that though. But anyhow, it's just a shift in baseline of stuff. But when you gonna cook again? What you gonna cook?
Grill?
The grill? Yeah, you do some good grilling outside.
I don't know. It won't be tonight.
Mm, yeah. I'll tell you what. Hearing Danny talk up here earlier, he's a good old guy and everything. But I'm telling you what, I think he's doing some good cooking. He'll make a pretty good wife over there. He'd tear a kitchen up making some good food. Mm,
But another sign that I'm getting old is I'm learning how to use different herbs and spices.
yeah, yeah. That's like the first stage, I think. And then you're starting to look up stuff like what kind of herbs can make me feel better and and not hurt as much, and which spices and herbs is good for my joint health and stuff like that. mm,
Yeah.
hmm
Uh, Growing up, I grew up with the old what were they? The rotary house phones. I mean, I was in my teens whenever we got our first cordless phone.
hmm
I remember pay phones. That wasn't too long ago, it don't seem.
That's right.
Call a
When
house and say, I'm ready to be picked up.
was that?
I said, use the payphone to call home and say, I'm ready to be picked up real fast.
That's right. You had to have some change, and had to have them quarters or them dimes. The
Well,
dimes when I started.
if you called collect, they could just hear who it was and hang up without accepting it.
That's right. That's right. Everywhere was long distance back then. And I swear, most states only had one area code for each state. Now we got to have multiple area codes. But life was better back then. But when our phones were attached to the wall, okay, and you didn't have 24/7 connectivity, 24/7 responses and chatting back and forth and all this kind of stuff, and that always connected thing. Life was better, I think. Now we can turn that off, but these phones and this connectivity, it's made to draw us in and turn us into bandwidth batteries, basically bandwidth generators for some company. But yeah, we can still turn them off and live life. You know what I'm saying? But back then, we didn't have a choice, and you didn't have a whole family sitting there looking at their phone, um, or their computer or anything like that. You did stuff, you lived life, you did things.
If you
Yeah,
went to a concert or a movie, you didn't have a theater full of people sitting there playing on their phones.
no, you took your cameras, you took your disposable cameras or your little 110s or whatever. You took whatever kind of camera you had a lot of times, and you made pictures, and then you sent the pictures off and waited for 2 weeks for them to come back, you know, and see
Yeah.
what it looked like. Now it's instant. Um, yeah. And now places are banning cell phones. If you walk into some places now, um, they will like take your phone away from you if you come in there with it. And it's like leave it in a car, just like a courthouse or something. But I'm thinking at a concert or some kind of venue like that, if they take your cell phone, you ain't getting that sucker back. You know,
Yeah.
at a courthouse, you might. You will.
No, it don't bother me if people want to take some pictures with their cell phone, a couple of short videos, but when they're just sitting there playing on their phone instead of enjoying the concert,
Mm-hmm.
it's crazy.
Well,
Yeah, I remember sending your film off and waiting to get them back, and sometimes it was like, wow, I spent that on these pictures, and sometimes one picture was worth it.
mm-hmm. It was a different world back then. It really was.
I remember taking pictures of the dogs we had, the lawnmowers we had, and I think the vehicles mom and dad had. Taking a picture of the broke down lawnmowers we had. I
Yeah, I
think the
got.
last time I had pictures developed was like when I was around probably like 18, and I still have some of those.
I still got. I don't know. It's almost a gallon Ziploc bag full of film that I need to develop and hope that it's still good from way back when. you know. We made a lot of pictures, and that's got my kids and young ex-wife back in the day and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if it's still good or not. I really don't.
AJ Watterson. I remember a couple of times getting pictures developed, and there was certain pictures that I wanted that they couldn't give me or they couldn't develop. It's like, dang it.
Well, they ain't gonna give them back to you. They ain't gonna give them to you, but they kept their own copies.
Probably.
Yep. Yeah. That's some funny stuff.
I can't remember if it was because I was underage or they didn't do that at all.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay Watterson, if I didn't say hi.
I kind of apologize for, trying to get me a little something to eat. I was getting hungry
You're all right.
and coming up here, but, I had to have something to eat. Yes, I won't wind up having to have something else because these cheese and crackers just ain't going to cut it.
Need some bologna to go with them.
Mmm. Love me some bologna. Ain't had none in a while.
I had a bologna sandwich and chips for lunch.
I'm going to tell you right now, that is my favorite. A grilled bologna sandwich is the best sandwich. That is my favorite sandwich of all time right there. And it beats Chick-fil-A now, I'm telling you. The way I do it, I put the bologna on the grill, season it up with some cayenne and some lemon pepper. Let it cook real good on the grill, and then toast my bread with some butter and more cayenne, and anyhow, and then put that on there with some cheese, and that is my favorite sandwich. The fried bologna sandwich works too, but it is something extra special about it on the grill to me.
Yeah, I had I don't remember if it was grilled or smoked, but it was, I don't know what it was seasoned with or the barbecue sauce, but it was pretty darn good sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
They put enough lettuce on there to feed a herd of rabbits. I threw a bunch of it off to the side.
Yeah. Well, lettuce is what you feed food. Yeah, you take that lettuce and you feed the rabbits, and then you eat the rabbits. Lettuce is toxic. It's like cabbage and kale and a lot of other stuff. It's toxic. It's terrible.
But while you're showing the cheese and crackers, your pocket knife, I used to carry my buck canoe and another pocket knife, but now it's just my little buck knife.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm hanging around some of my coworkers or family at a get together or something, I usually have one of my fancy pocket knives on me too. But buck canoe, $2.89 or $3.89, I'd have to look, but it's a buck canoe.
Yeah, this case knife, I bought this a long time ago at the Case factory outlet up in Jasper, Alabama. And on that day, this is a sow belly, Case sow belly, bone handles that I need to keep oiled, which I do not. I need to do that. But I bought one, and my dad bought himself one, and he bought both of my kids one at the same time. And so that day, uh, granddaddy, dad, and sons, grandsons all had a knife that day. So that's pretty special, and so that I love my knife. Use it every day. It goes with me everywhere. You know, and for everything, I'll use it to whittle with. I'll use it to cut whatever I need to, and then you know get a little cheese and crackers action with it. And let me share some cooking skills since we're here. All right, look, we've got a long strip of cheese, right? Look, there's not adequate coverage right there. That doesn't work out. So you have to break the cheese and do it like that, and then you ensure more adequate coverage. Good luck me trying to look through this viewfinder, this screen, and get anything lined up. This is like I'm drunk, right? Yeah. Anyhow, there's your cooking tip for you, for all of the wonderful viewers out there. We got to try to help people. I'm almost done with this. Go back to
You have to get y'all some more cheese. Get some more crackers out.
Right. I like me some cheese and crackers. What do you like? What's your go-to thing like that, like cheese and crackers? What do you like?
I like cheese and crackers, like summer sausage and cheese and crackers. When I buy summer sausage, I usually get to the big rolls and end up eating so much of it. It's like, I don't want that for a while.
Yep, that's good stuff.
I usually wake up with just enough time to get ready for work and get out the door. I take lunch to eat at work, and usually when I come home, I'm too wore out and tired to eat unless the old lady cooked anything.
Heard that.
But can't ever go wrong with cheese and crackers.
You still on that good schedule or good hours and everything?
The last few weeks we're down to 40-hour weeks.
Yeah.
Which is all right with me, but I was kind of hoping for some overtime.
That's
Seems
right.
like when people need the extra money the most, they cut the hours down.
No. Yeah. Well, there's a whole lot of that going around nowadays, I promise you.
But there's rumors of 30-hour weeks. There's rumors of 30-hour weeks, 1 week on, 1 week off. Rumors of layoffs.
Yep. Well, you can believe that's going to happen. The trucking industry is almost completely dead, right? And if that's going on, it's going to take a while for everything to work its way through the system. That lack of product moving. Now, if trucking is dead, and it is, then we got some serious setbacks coming. So everybody needs to get small, get cheap, save that money, do whatever they can. It's coming, brother.
Yeah.
I hate to see it, but yeah, do what you can now. Do everything you can now.
My youngest son's 16. He's going through a work program at school, so he'll be doing work instead of school work, and he's supposed to get paid. I don't know what it is, but something from that. I told him from his second paycheck on out, he's buying his own soda.
There you go. Man, 16 years old. Lord, put me back in 16. Oh.
When I was 16, I guess I was closer to 17, but I quit school and went to work, and luckily all I had to pay was $150 a month. But I usually use that to go grocery shopping. Found out that 150 don't really go that far.
I'm gonna tell you what. I went out last night. Like I said, I was telling you, I got this cooking thing I wanted to do. It's it's going to be a fun thing for me, but it's going to be a unique thing. I don't know how it's going to turn out, but if I got a skillet full of good food that's all mixed up together and all I got to do is dump it out into a Ziploc bag and save it for later, that'll be good. We'll just put it out on a plate like that. But the cooking of it's going to be fun. So anyhow, I'm sitting here yesterday thinking about that. I said, well, I need to go to the grocery store. I left out of here at like 8:30, something like that, and went to one store for looking for about some cast iron, and then I went to Walmart and bought a bunch of groceries. I spent $149 in groceries last night, and it doesn't take long, and you don't get much. You don't get much for $150 now compared to what you did back in the day,
Yeah.
But
yeah, I remember when I was a kid, would go to Aldi with my mom and grandma, and I remember mom getting like a shopping cart like packed full and overflowing. Like as you're walking, you're picking stuff up to put back in the cart for like $300.
yeah,
Nowadays, it's probably going to be, if you done that like it was, probably like $1,300.
mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe not that much. I don't know, but
Yeah, and think about this now. Think about all the food we buy that's unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? That ain't good for us or whatever. And think about all the gardening and everything that people can do, and to grow their own food and learn how to do all that. Like it was years ago. And you can go to the store and just buy the simple stuff. Just buy your spices or whatever. There's ways to do things where to where you survive. Nowadays it's getting hard, and I don't know, man. People need to be growing their own food when they can, and cutting off any unnecessary expenses and all that kind of stuff. I say that as I'm lighting up a cigarette, because I could definitely put the money that I'm using for smoking to something that would better me, But you mentioned tea earlier. I quit Milo's tea. I quit drinking sweet tea. Not totally, but I'm good for about a gallon of sweet tea a day, Milo sweet tea. Do you know how many cups of sugar is in 1 gallon of Milo sweet tea? It's two.
I was
Two
going to
cups.
get 3.
2 cups of sugar is a gallon of Milo's tea. So I eliminated out 2 cups of sugar a day. I drink black coffee and then switch over to water. Now when I go out to eat, I'll have sweet tea and I'll say, please, would you make me a to-go drink? Put that in a to-go cup for me, please. Because I want my sweet tea. You know what I'm saying? But I don't keep it at the house anymore. But
Yeah, like Milo's, but I usually get Red Diamond.
yeah, that's good stuff too.
It's sweet. I mean, I don't know how much sugar they use, but it's not. I don't like unsweetened tea by any means, but it's not too sweet.
Yeah, it might not be as much as Milo's. That Milo's tripped me out. I went in there and I love Milo's tea. Okay, you know, I have so much Milo's tea here. It's almost like I'm plumbed. I got hot water, cold water, and Milo's sweet tea. Okay, that's how it is here. That's how it has been. But that sugar, all that sugar going out of me now, not having it, it's kind of clearing up my brain and making me feel better. I'm enjoying not taking in all that extra sweet, extra sugar, and then on top of whatever else I get. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I was addicted bad, and to a good thing. I love sweet tea. What's up, CR? God Almighty, you can't talk about food, too loud. Here comes CR. He's hungry. He's sniffing something out to eat. But
Here, Milo's is actually about 20 cents cheaper than Red Diamond,
I love my Milos. That's my
but Red
favorite.
Diamond's been on sale for about 20 cents cheaper than Milo's for the last 3
Yeah.
PCR today.
Talking about signs that you're getting old, man. I'm sitting over here rocking that black coffee pretty much all day if I ain't careful. And now I know why they bring you a glass of water with your coffee when you go out to eat. It's like, yeah, I need to get some water in with this black coffee. Um, but Milo's a couple of years ago, they just shocked me because Milo's sweet tea is already extremely sweet, right? According to some people. To me, it's just I know it's sweet, right? And they got this blue or purple label tea up there now. Milo's like extreme sweet tea. I'm like, what? We already got like diabetes, so that's like instant diabetes sweet tea right there. It's extra sweet. Good gosh. Oh, make your tongue start tasting like a city ham. Oh, it looks like it's just the me show right now. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. I am sure that our gracious host will be back soon. So now I have the floor all to myself. Let me see what I can do to wreck his channel. I shall now show my sausage. No, I won't. I won't show my sausage. Oh, yeah, Gear's experiencing some difficulties with the connectivity and shall be back with us shortly. I hope, because he didn't tell me I was going to have to keep this going myself. Jay Watterson, that is some good stuff too. All that what you just said right there. Sun tea. Ooh, mixed Lipton sun tea with lemonade. Ooh, that was, yeah, back in the day, man. We went through a lot of Kool-Aid. Remember that? Man, it was just, we had way less stuff. Do y'all remember when there was only one kind of Cheerios? Do you remember when there was only two kinds of cornflakes? You had basic cornflakes that you had to add a bunch of sugar to, or you had frosted flakes where they already added it. You know, you didn't have 12 different kinds of Chips Ahoy cookie. You just had the one. You didn't have 12 kinds of Oreos. You just had the one. There was only one Snicker bar, you know, not, look, we got choices today. These people now, these kids now are spoiled. It's like, back when I was a boy, we didn't have that. We didn't have all this stuff. We had to walk uphill in the snow both ways in the middle of the sun of July, and it was hot. We only had one choice. Welcome back. You're trying to come back. Step closer to the light, Carol Ann. I'll tell you what. It might be harder for you to maintain a good signal and talk to you folks by having me up here. I probably need to get down and let you just, chat with folks. But anyhow, I said I need to charge my battery up anyhow. Oh, here he goes again. Oh, Lord, this boy. He said, come up. You ain't got to do nothing. And now look at him. He's working. He could have done this when Danny was up here. Because Danny ain't doing nothing but sitting at the house trying to be a better wife, doing all that cooking. He could have done that. He got me working. What you got me working so much for?
What about now?
Okay, now I can hear you better.
All right. I'm going to have to plug into the modem, try this again some other time.
Yeah? You going on a Wi-Fi?
Yeah, it's 5G wireless.
Yeah.
We got rid of cable, and we were told this was good, but not as good as we was told it was, but it's better than, well, I guess it's better than no internet.
Yeah, I understand. Man, my signal here from my cell phone is a little weak, right? I can watch anything I want to mainly, but it's hard to upload anything, Sometimes it goes out, it's not that great of a signal. And our local internet company is very local. You cannot get AT&T here or anything like that. You have to go with this local company that has a monopoly on everything, right? And it is subject to be kind of a bad signal too, and they go out a lot. But it's helping me for what I use it for. But there's a lot of complaints for it. It goes out. So if I've got my cell phone, which goes out a lot, and I've got the internet, local internet, which goes out a lot, most of the time one of them is up when the other one is down.
Yeah.
That's the way it is here.
My 5G Wi-Fi is AT&T, and my phone is through Verizon towers.
Yeah. When you get away from the cities and the roads and everything, they don't care. They don't care about you. You got like 12 people per square mile. They're like, no, we can they will let them go Amish over there. They don't need the connectivity. Oh,
When we back in end of March when we went on our vacation, pretty much had cell phone service everywhere, except for when we went to Cades Cove out by the Smoky Mountains.
yeah. I remember
Had zero service there at all.
really.
I felt good about it.
I'm surprised that the Cage Cove area is not well covered as much of a tourist destination as it is.
It would be even worse if it had connection there.
Yeah, I guess so. That may be a good reason. Just you know, keep it more primitive or something. I don't know.
I am surprised they don't have a tower around there.
Mm-hmm. As they get a lot of traffic, but it's got to be, paying customers per square mile, not people that use it per square mile, or good
Right.
benefit. They talking about that. They talking about that paid for coverage, and Cage Cove in that area is not a whole lot. Um, that's a wonderful place up there. Trying to remember the name of that. It's a town south of there, a little way. Townsend. We stayed in Townsend for our honeymoon one time, and that was a neat little place there. Had the big heart tub, so we, doing our honeymoon thing and everything. And they had a local pizza place that made these amazing pizzas. And we got a large meat lovers pizza with lots of extra cheese on it and everything. I was not prepared for what they sent. Okay. Now, it came in handy. Now we was hungry. But this thing was the size of a garbage can lid, and they had put so much meat and cheese on it. It was like, I'm gonna say, a good 2 inches deep, cheese dripping everywhere, and that was just amazing. That Townsend, if you're gonna stay somewhere around in there, Townsend is a good town. It was back then, and look up. Old pizza places, and you'll know what it is. I can't remember what the name of the pizza place was, but they deliver, and it was amazing pizza. And I cannot imagine if they're not still open. Where did y'all stay up there when y'all went to Cage Cove and all? Where did y'all stay?
The best Western.
I'm sorry, you broke up on it. Try it again. We apologize for the technical difficulties that we are experiencing on this channel. We anticipate them not lasting long, and our host will be back momentarily. Thank you for your patience. Oh, it's just me again working. Well, okay. So we're on the subject of Cage Cove. Who in the audience has been to Cage Cove? Let's see something in the chat. Chat participation is appreciated. If you don't, I'll go talking about you up here. I'll make stuff up. Oh, y'all terrible. Well, what about South Florida Sunshine? She may be back up working or something. I don't know. But Cage Cove is a small little area that's in the Smoky Mountains. It's a wonderful place. You can drive through the area on. It may be a closed loop road, but they have log cabins and very primitive, earlier things, and they kept it in that condition. They've not allowed it to be built up, or at least at that point.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
You
I'm
must
not sure
be
about
talking
that.
about the Cage Cove Loop.
Yeah, Cage Cove. It's a loop. That's
Yeah.
it's a neat place. You can drive through there and watch deer and even bear, walking around,
Unless some idiot stops and hogs the bears on the
Yeah,
road.
yeah. It's always neat to see somebody going out and, living that Disney animal life. Like, let's go feed the bear. Let's go pet the bear. Let's go pet the deer. Oh, let's go hug a bison.
We had thought about doing a second loop around just to see if we could see the bear, but we had some other things to do. That night was the stuff the kid wanted to do. So went and played some mini golf, some arcade games, and can't remember where we ate that night.
It's good stuff, man. I ain't been up there in a long time.
We spent 2 nights in that area, 2 nights in Nashville, and 1 night in Memphis.
Wow.
If we do it again, the whole vacation will be around like the Pigeon Forge area.
Yeah. I know it's built up a lot since the last time I was up in there, but it's a wonderful place. I think it'd be one of them places where you want to park the car and just start walking during peak times, just walk, and they got public transportation too. But it's crowded. It can be very, very, very traffic headache crowded, because those mountain roads, there's only so many of them, but
Yeah.
it is a wonderful place up in the Smokies. I want to go up there and do some panning, some gemstone panning, and just walk around up the mountains. Maybe I get a trip in this year. I'm wanting to go up to South Pittsburgh, Tennessee, to go to Lodge, and buy some stuff there at the factory. And they've got tours of the Lodge factory, and I'm going to go on that, and then maybe head on up in there somewhere and do some panning, like I did when I was a kid, a long time ago.
If we go again, we're going to check out Gatlinburg and more of the Smoky Mountains.
Yeah. Let me tell you a little bit more about this trip that we took, right? Our honeymoon trip. We made a mistake, a very large mistake. Okay. But it made our honeymoon night interesting. Okay. When we went up Cage Cove and we on the road early and everything, and we got there and they had horseback riding and all kind of stuff like that. And my wife, she's looking at me and said, "Hey, what do you think about doing some horseback riding?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. That sounds good." Well, when I was a kid, I used to ride horses all the time, but it had been many years since that happened. And if you have never ridden a horse, and have never ridden a horse often, but you get on the back of that horse, and then after a bit of trail riding, you're going to come across what's called saddle sore. Okay. And all that action, in your nether regions is in pain. When you get off that horse and you ain't used to it, it's going to be hard to even walk. Okay. So that's how our honeymoon day started out, right? We had to be careful. you know, it was a fun time. It was an experience, and I learned. You know what I'm saying? Never go horseback riding on the day of your honeymoon. That's a rule that I live by now, forever.
I know what you mean, and I only rode a horse for probably 15 or 20 minutes.
Uh-huh. That feeling is real, ain't it, brother?
My cousin told me if I want the horse to stop, smack its back end and yell, yaw. Well, after a couple of times, I realized I was doing the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then I remembered on one of the old westerns, them pulling back and saying, whoa. Got the horse to stop. I got off and told my cousin, come get this thing before it goes wherever it goes.
He did you dirty.
She did, yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Well,
But she told me it was payback for calling her the female dog name. I'm like, you bloody in my nose wasn't payback enough?
Oh, man.
I tried to present some pictures from Cage Cove, but it's telling me there's something wrong with my pictures.
Oh,
Probably that the size is too big.
yeah. Yeah, that it's amazing, isn't it? You try to send somebody a picture or something and says, well, no, this is just too it's too big. We're not going to do this. We're not sending it. You're gonna have to dumb it down and take all the resolution out of it and save it as a tiny thumbnail.
Yeah.
So it's like, wait, what? Why
When
is
we
there limitation? I want to send videos. I want to send all this stuff, and y'all limit me down to something that's like 12 kilobytes. What? Oh,
when we went to Cades Cove from Pigeon Forge, we took back roads, and somebody I worked with at my last job said, well, you're staying there, just go down the road right past it, take a right. My GPS that I was using, Google Maps, whatever it was, I punched in directions, and then I took a right down that road and it rerouted me. Pretty good scenic road. The old lady didn't like it. She thought it was going to make her throw up.
did y'all happen to drive the Dragon?
No.
Yeah, that's a beast right there now.
I'd like to, but
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I don't know if you've heard of Cletus McFarlane
uh
here on YouTube.
no, I don't think I have. It
He's like
sounds familiar because it sounds like people I know.
a car channel,
Okay.
but him and Greg Biffle, the NASCAR driver,
Yeah.
and another person from his group took RVs up it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that'd be like trying to get a double wide trailer moved into the neighborhood, right?
And these were, one was a class A RV.
Oh my.
But the
They
others,
might
I
have had to
think,
use
were
the rest.
class C's.
That's a whole lot of vehicle right there. And on the Dragon, there ain't a whole lot of places to pass safely. And
Yeah.
that's they might have had it closed down for that. You reckon?
There was other traffic. I mean, that don't mean that they couldn't have had certain points blocked off, but
Yeah.
that wasn't shown.
Yeah. Well, on YouTube, you can see all kind of places all over the world, and you see these roads that are in existence that these people use all across the world. These narrow goat path things, and they're out there driving, buses full of people on the side of a mountain on something that is only wide enough for a bus. Okay. And sometimes they fall off,
Yeah.
South America, China, all kinds of places. And I'm like, okay, why couldn't y'all just make this a little bit bigger, And they'd be on the side of this mountain, and they had a landslide the day before, and they got to clear off the boulders and everything. It's like, yeah, I'll take our roads every day, and be thankful. Oh, man.
Out in the country, we have a road that all the locals call it the roller coaster road.
Yeah.
It's got like 7 to 10 ups and downs over like 2 mile stretch of road.
Yeah. When y'all went on that vacation, what was like, y'all's favorite thing? What was your favorite thing that y'all did where it was, family and all the good feelings of family and everybody was enjoying it? What was the thing that that y'all enjoyed the most as a family when you went up to the mountain? If that makes sense.
Probably eating at Shoney's.
Really? Huh. Shoney's got some good
No,
food.
that wasn't the best thing, but it was like everybody, we had a good time, and the other two actually liked the food.
Yeah. What was it, a breakfast
Most
bar or what?
It was dinner, but they had some breakfast stuff out.
Mm.
It was less of the breakfast stuff, but more dinner.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with
I
that.
think they had sausage, eggs. No, not eggs. Sausage, bacon, biscuits, and then they had gravy on the other one. White gravy, which is, it tasted more, I don't know how to put it. I don't know. It was good enough. I put it on my mashed taters and my biscuit.
Oh, you talking about gravy and biscuit? Sausage, gravy, and biscuit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's that. Now that's a southern thing right there.
the going through the actual cage cove, the youngest kid fell asleep and woke him up once, and then it's like the next time he fell asleep, I just let him sleep.
Yeah.
So we didn't actually, we pretty much just drove around it. Got out to look at the old church there. Then it was kind of like, I mean, I enjoyed it. I could have went another round and not done the evening stuff, but when you tell kids you're doing something, you kind of got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, SKS, you go.
Yeah, they hold you to it.
He don't mind swimming in a creek, but he's not really outdoorsy like I was growing up, or still am as much as I can. But
That's right. Well, we didn't have no
but
choice in the water back then. You know.
I'd like to see more of the Smoky Mountains. She wants to go to Gulf Shores for her next vacation.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, we can go to the river and I'll pour a bag of white sand on the brown sand and you can say you've been there.
Gulf Shores
Which she'd been there before, but
Gulf Shores is great for families. And if you want even better, more quiet, real quiet experience, you know, more family oriented, you go to Dolphin Island and you get you a place there. I don't know
I'll
if they
have to remember that.
Yeah, Dolphin Island. I don't know if they got the bridge back in service or the causeway. I think they had some problems with that. It may be ferry only now, but hopefully they got it back going. And right now, dude, I mean, it may be for next year, but you know, vacationing, they're looking for people. They are because so many people are cutting back. They looking for tourists, and they've got some good prices. I dare say the prices now in some of the places I've looked at are prices from the 90s. Okay.
Nice.
When you're booking a stay. Yeah. Yeah. Um, Las Vegas. Las Vegas is shut down almost. They about to turn off all the lights and go home. Las Vegas is so empty, you know.
Seen some videos from some people that live around there, and
Yeah, I got a buddy of
he said
mine.
he's never seen Vegas looking this nice.
Yeah,
He said for all these businesses, he said it's not nice, but
yeah. But it's a good time on the Gulf Shores for families, and it's a wonderful place, man. I highly recommend. You know, go hang out on the beach. Now, there's death in the water. Okay, I don't care who you are. You know, stay in close. You know, stay in close. Don't be a shark's dinner. So, yeah, but
I told her if we go, I said I'm going to take my GoPro and her phone, and I told her if anything happens, sell the video for no less than $2,000.
there you go. That's thinking ahead, right? Maybe put one on each of the kids too. You know, get that footage. You'd be rich. You may lose a kid, but
it was kind of one of them things trying to talk her out of it. But
you have to fix them with
her and the kids won't go any deeper than knee high.
Yeah. Hey, that's not too bad. It's a numbers game, and most of the time, ain't nothing going to happen. There's so many people that go to the beach, and so few things ever happen with sharks or whatever. Your main enemy is sunburns and stingrays, um, and then some goofy person is thrown out, to cut yourself on or something like that.
Yeah.
You'll be fine. And it's just like the little topic up there at the top says, everybody's welcome until you're not welcome. Well, everything is fine until it's not. you know, when 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 you enter the ocean, you know, all human privilege stops right there because you're in nature, and you signing your name on that disclaimer, that says, yes, I understand. There are dangerous things in here that could eat me, and I'm okay with that. You know, that's that's what you have to do. you know, um, and I've been out there way in it. Ain't nothing ever happened to me, but as I'm getting older, and I've seen it happen, and it's like, well, there's absolutely zero chance that anything bad's going to happen to me if I don't go swimming out 200 or 300 yards, you know, and having myself a nice swim out in the deep. I'll stay in closer. It ain't nothing going to happen to me then. It'll be okay.
Yeah, if we go out on a boat or anything, I have a rule of here's a piece of paracord and uh, can't think of what those little deals are called.
Life jackets.
No, put it through your phone case and then put it around your wrist and use the little deal to tighten it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Metal, metal detectors. And divers, they found them things all the time, man. They'll find them pouches and everything everybody keeps safe, their phone and their billfold and everything. And it's like, well, here's another one. You
Yeah,
know, on the rivers and everything, people lose stuff. Just like Hugo saying, people losing jewelry at the beach, and that's a popular thing to do. And then finding that jewelry is another popular thing to do.
yeah. There's a somewhat local to me river, and they have floaters like 15 or 20 different outfitters, and on a weekend like this they probably had at least, I'd say, probably 2,000 people or more floating it. And there's a group of guys that started a Facebook group that do they go out and find stuff, and if people can prove that it was theirs, they return it to them.
Yeah, that's the way that most of them do. It's a wonderful thing to find something that you can return back to someone. You know, um, that's some amazing stuff right there. They'll try to get the phone to work or whatever,
Yeah,
and if they can, they get it back to them. And billfolds, most of the time, that's going to have somebody's ID. It's really cool, really cool. But that you living where you do, you know, how much fun is it? I'm sure you've done this, right? Get the old inner tube out and float down that sucker. You got somebody picking you all up, taking you back upstream. You know, that's
I
that's a good
didn't.
life right there.
I didn't didn't grow up around this area, but I grew up around creeks and within decent driving distance of a lake. When I was a kid, we used to fill a soda can up with sand or rocks or both, and then we'd everybody face a different direction. One person would find them, then we'd go find it.
Oh, okay.
Of course, we'd make sure the area was clear,
Yeah.
but the creeks we would walk upstream, and we had one that was about a 3 mile walk. To get there, we'd walk upstream and then float down closer to home. I had more fun whenever the water was lower, floating for a while, get out and walk for a while, float for a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fun until it starts getting dark.
Yeah. It's fun to find stuff too on all those gravel bars and everything. You find arrowheads and river glass and things like that. That beach combing kind of thing is something I love. You know, mud larking, whatever you call it. You know, and metal detecting.
Old vehicles in the creek bank side.
That's true. And then every once in a while, right? Every once in a while, you'll find where a creek or a river has eroded the bank, and it eroded into an old dump site, right? And that's where all these old bottles start popping out of the wall of the bank. You know, I found some of those. You know, and it's like, well, it's trash, but you know, years ago it was trash, and we don't like people doing that kind of stuff now. But now it's treasure. You know.
I wish when I was a little kid, I wish I knew more about collectible old bottles.
Yeah. Well, collect them and then find the value of them. That's all I can say.
Because back then I didn't know anything about it, and I just knew they was fun to shoot with a BB or pellet gun.
Oh my! No. Oh. Oh, that hurts just hearing it. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
It hurts me thinking back to them old mason jars and with the good lids on them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Ceramic, I think they were.
Yeah. There's all kind. I mean, you just don't know what's going to be valuable to hold on to it. But man, there's so much now that it's like even Atari, even my old Atari games and in television and all of that old stuff, right? You could sell that for you can make bank selling that stuff now. People are, you know.
Yeah, one of my coworkers, his side business is buying Nintendo and Super Nintendo stuff and reselling it.
Yep. You know, never would have thought that stuff that we take for granted now. And see, what are we taking for granted now that is going to be very valuable in the next 50 years? You know, what's it going to be? You know,
mostly what he does is he'll buy it and fix it and save it up until about November. Then most of his sales go to like small game shops.
Yeah. Yeah. I see them on eBay. You know, I see all that kind of stuff on eBay and, you know, all these places. And it's like, that's pretty cool. It's like me collecting cast iron now, you know. I pick up some stuff that's really good. There's so much of it out there, though. It's, you know, you really got to have something that's rare. You know, but there's a lot of cast iron. I'm gonna tell you this. I saw something a couple of days ago. It was so funny. A story that a stewardess, a brand new stewardess, and her birthday started with a 2. Okay, so she was about 23 years old, and she was a stewardess on an airline, and she they got all the passengers off at a stop, and they were going through checking all the carry-on luggage and everything, making sure that everybody got their stuff. And she opened one door to a carry-on thing, and just got so scared. She looked in and saw what was in there, and she was terrified. And she shut the thing back. She says, "Oh my God, found a B word, right? You know, the B word that we ain't supposed to say." All right. And she was sweating. She was so scared. It's like she went and told one of the other stewardess, said, "I found a B word in there. What are we going to do?" And so the other stewardess came over there and said, just, they opened it up real careful. It's looking at it. It's like, it's told her, it says, it's this little box like thing, and there's wires wrapped around it. And, what are we going to do? And that's how she was describing it, right? And the other stewardess went over there and checked it out, very concerned that they fixing to have an issue, and opened it up. She looked at it, and then she looked at the woman, said, "Dear, that's a Walkman. That's a Walkman little radio cassette player. Is what you're seeing there." This lady whose birthday started with a 2 had never seen such things and thought it was a B word. Had them wires wrapped around it so you could use your earphones. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's where we are today, Gear. That's where we are. Your little 38-year-old self, man.
Hey, Shalisa. I grew up using Walkmans.
Absolutely.
When I worked on a golf course in my mid-teen years, I had a Walkman, listened to some Merle Haggard and George Jones and Joe Diffie, Alan Jackson while I'm working.
Yeah. Yeah. I was listening to Van Halen and Led Zeppelin and Quiet Riot, Metallica, all that stuff back then.
Then I got a fancier one that had the radio option.
Yes, sir.
But the only thing I could pick up radio wise was like some kind of classical, like Mozart type stuff.
Oh, wow. Oh, that would suck.
It was actually when I was on a certain tractor, like when I had like a big area to mow, it was actually sometimes it was nice turning to that. And I wasn't ever really into that kind of stuff.
That makes sense. You kind of just mowing and chilling to some Mozart,
But nowadays, if I hear that kind of stuff, it kind of makes me angry and feels like I'm on hold for an hour.
Let me just say this right now with Miss Felicia in here. You got some good stuff going on over there on your channel. I'm not over there much, but what you're working with the fatwood, I think is what they call it. or
Yeah.
a lot of pine, you know. It's beautiful, gorgeous stuff. You know, it looks like amber, you know, I mean, which, you know, stands to reason since that's where amber comes from. But you take it into an art form that is unlike something I've seen anywhere else. It's amazing. So you just keep up the good work. You got a great thing that you're doing there. It's really cool, you know. Yeah, she does some good stuff over there. Everybody ought to check her out. You
She
know.
likes to whip out and show her fat wood.
Oh, you're killing me. I can't do this. I'm reformed. I'm reformed. I shall not get tawdry. Yeah. Yeah. No. Now, when I had one, well, they had radios. They had the radio Walkmans and everything, but we had, it was originally a cassette player only, I think. And then came the little invention to where you could have a little, it was a radio cassette. You know, you had to buy this thing and it was a cassette, but it was a radio. You put it in your cassette player and you had a radio, you know. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I remember those too.
Yeah. Yeah, you go send in a disc man. I had one of them. Yeah.
If it has, I'm sure it's worth 20 or 30 bucks, and if it has Marlboro on it, probably 30 or 40.
Might be. I don't doubt it.
Maybe.
CR flavor. CR said
Have a
he got
good
to
one,
get him
CR.
something to eat. Sorry. He got to get him something to eat. Me and him, it don't take much for me and him to get hungry, you know. It's like somebody start talking about food. I'm like, dang, I need to eat something, you know.
When I see him in a chat, I always like to let him get his highs in, then right away mention food.
Yeah. You're terrible to tease a poor boy like that. They don't have food up there where he's from. Oh,
I can't remember what part of Canada he's from. I can't remember if he's from the part that's allowed to go in the woods or not.
he's from that part that Ethiopia annexed right there in Alberta, just right around his apartment, I think. You know, they annexed that place. So there's no food there. No food. Well, he don't want to watch this video I'm fixing to make when I get the weather. When it quits raining out there, I'm gonna fire up that grill and my cast iron, and it's gonna be on. Um, and if don't nobody else like it, I know I'm gonna like it. You know. Oh, we'll see how it turns out. Oh, makes me hungry just thinking about it. Now I was going to be out there cooking today with that rice bacon I was talking about, but I had to put that on hold. You know, maybe tomorrow or the next day. I don't know. But I do want to make some people hungry with this. I do.
Are you going live on it?
What's that?
Are you going live on it?
No live stream. Just a video.
All right.
Just a video, man. That's I'm sort of in the process of remaking my place here to where I could actually have an outdoor cooking studio, but we ain't there yet. So right now it's just the grill and only the grill. You know, whatever's on the grill. But soon, I'll probably be out there in the wintertime, freezing my butt off. in the outdoor cooking studio, as it shall be.
That's that's the best time to be out there grilling.
Yeah,
Not
I
a whole
love
lot of
cooking.
traffic, not a lot of other people outside.
Yeah, and it's cool. I don't want it to be cold, but I do like it cool. I love cooking outside. Cooking outdoors is my thing. I love it. And some people have asked me, says, "Why don't you just cook it inside?" Like, no, this is the South. Okay, it's summertime in the South. Um, you're not going to see me cooking inside and adding extra heat to the inside of my domestic space. It's not going to happen. That can be done outside.
When we get our own place, I'll be doing a lot more outside cooking.
There you go.
Have a little carport or something like that.
There you go. Well, I got a roof to put on and screen to put up, keep the skeeters out. So it's a fairly big project, doing a little at a time. Right now, I'm just working on the floor space, I'm not sure whether I want to have it stone or not. I may have it stone. Um, may go with gravel, base at first. Well, Sunshine's back. She's just popping in and out like, cloudy day. We get to see the sunshine for a little while, and then it goes to hide, and then it comes back.
How's my connection right now?
It's good. If I'd shut up, you could talk.
All right. It's showing low connection, so I wanted to see.
Well, so far, it's pretty good. Well, that's pretty cool. Hugo just got him a nice skillet.
Right on, SKS. That reminds me, I haven't went and checked out their channel in a while.
I'm not sure that I know that channel. I've seen them in chat before, I think. I think I have. What do y'all do, SKS, Hugo? What do you do? Got a little pew pew action there, or, as your name would suggest. Speaking of a lodge, Dolly Parton has a new line of lodge cast iron that's dedicated to her. It's pretty expansive. It's got lots of pieces in that set, which is pretty cool. You know, if you're a Dolly Parton fan, she got all kind of stuff. And it's like, you know what? I like Dolly Parton. You know, I've never been like a raving fan necessarily. She's just like an icon. She is kind of like Johnny Cash or something. She's an amazing musical icon for our country. It's like I might have to have me a couple of pieces of Dolly Parton cast iron.
Yeah.
I hear you can make some extra big meals with it. I don't know. There's a joke there, but I'm not going to search for it. Um, I'm not going to try to make one up. But it's pretty cool. We got one that's a butterfly cast iron muffin pan, and that would be kind of cool. Make little butterfly shaped things, something different. Butterfly cornbread.
Yeah. Jay Watt mentioned a while ago that I was going to Dollywood. If I went to Dollywood, it would be to just pull in the parking lot and take a picture and say that I was there.
Yeah. It's been so long.
I ain't got nothing against Dolly, but I was disappointed when she took the Dixie out of Dixie Stampede.
Yeah. Yeah, the politically correct stuff.
Understand why she done it business wise, but I mean,
That's silly.
if you don't like Dixie, then get out of the South.
Mm-hmm. It's silly stuff, man. It's crazy. Crazy the stuff that they do. I'm having to buy Land O'Lakes butter, and it doesn't have the beautiful little Native American princess on there, and it sucks because of that. It's just this hole there where there should be a beautiful young woman. You know, I tell you, it's just dumb, and it's really worse than
Yeah,
that. It's the remaking of our society into what they want us to be, instead of what we want to be. You know, um, I won't. I won't. That'd be my soapbox if I start getting up there talking about that kind of stuff. But it's just messed up. They're destroying our culture, and our national unity. You know, our national identity. Uh,
that's cool, Carol. South Sunshine, whatever your name is.
that is cool. The hammered cast iron patterns are really pretty. I love that look. There's some old pieces out there with it on there too. Very old. Right now, I collect mostly lodge. That's what you find everywhere. At the yard sales and consignment shops and everywhere. I'd like to get some nice Wagner pieces and some nice Griswold. Those are real quality cast iron too. Um, I
Yeah,
picked that.
if you see the Wagner and the other good brands at the antique shops or flea markets, it's like, yeah, you can definitely get that same piece online for cheaper, and it's even priced high.
Yeah, yeah, it's good stuff. I like the handles. You know, the Wagner handles that I've seen. Um, they've got that rounded, feel to it. It's got the rounded shape, so it fits to your hand better. It's easier handling than the squared off lodge handles. They kind of hurt a little bit. I'm still young enough to where I can throw around some cast iron. You know what I'm saying? But that handle is nice. Um, I picked up a piece of this new skillet I got. I paid $10 for it. It's casino ware, made in Colombia, and it's great cast iron, and the handle is very comfortable. I am starting to love that skillet. It's the one I use for most everything now. You know, um, I love that skillet, because of the handle and the ease of use of it. You know, but I love my lodge. Don't get me wrong. Now, I love me some lodge, but there are many people even consider that lodge to be, not a good cast iron. You know, is they getting by on their name is what many people will say, and that may be true whenever you put it up next to something else. But you know, for most of my life, I've been fed off of a lodge and uh, some piece of lodge cookware. And so there's a lot of nostalgia there, and I'm gonna keep buying it. I'm gonna keep using it. But uh, it's like Watterson just said, the Griswold handles. It's good stuff. A lot of cast iron out there has been made for hundreds of years. Um, you know, and I'd even say that it's better than Lodge. If Lodge would get with the program and get that handle right to where it was more comfortable, it would be amazing for me.
Yeah, I wish I had my dad's old cast iron bean pot.
Yep, that's a good thing.
When I was a teen, he offered them to me, and back then it's like I don't have any use for them.
I've got my grandmother's bean pot. It's got a crack in it. That's okay. Yeah.
I mean, it'd been nice to have the other cast iron too, but especially that bean pot.
Yes, sir.
That
Oh,
was like
Lord.
our camping trips. That was the like the center of our camping trip.
Mm, that's yeah. I'm sure it hurts now thinking about that. Did it get away? I take it got away from y'all's family, right?
Yeah, he sold it.
Oh man.
I don't remember if he sold it all together or pieced it out.
Mm,
We was doing like swap meet flea markets.
mm.
And he decided he's wasn't camping anymore, too old for it. And,
Well, we
and
we
I
learn.
wasn't old enough to appreciate it yet. So,
Yep. We learn as we get older, and it hurts, and that's where the wisdom comes in. You know,
yeah,
you learn that wisdom through pain and suffering. You know. Oh, I I bought a few pieces of cast iron here lately, and just need to pull myself back in. I'm attracted to metal things, right? It don't matter whether it's gold, silver, or cast iron. You know, good steel, good cast iron. You know, I love the stuff. It's solid. It's going to take care of you if you take care of it. Um, it's my weakness. Metal is my weakness, right? Silver, gold, that kind of stuff will take care of you too in other ways. You know, um, but a good skillet, a good Dutch oven, um, a good knife, good axe. Anything that metal. That's to me, that's some quality right there, and it's what you want in your life. If you've got a good skillet or a good Dutch oven, you can do some cooking and surviving with that pretty well. You don't need much. Um,
yeah. If you got a Dutch oven, you can make a good 3 pound hamburger over the coals.
dang right, you can make a pot of chili, a pot of spaghetti. You can boil up some noodles. You can
Yeah,
cook a steak. The Dutch oven can become a grill. You can bake in it. You make bread. You do whatever you want to with it. Use
yeah,
it as a wash pot. It's all kind of. It's a pot. It's a durable tool for survival. Um, I, and it's cast iron. Um, and somebody said something funny one day. I saw in a group one time. They was talking about how they want to use normal pans, right? Normal pans and not cast iron. I'm like, um, cast iron is the normal pots and pans. Everything else, carbon steel. That's good. That's a normal pan. Stainless steel, normal pan. Uh, you know, um, Normal pans is what they're talking about. Is these lightweight aluminum. When you get to where you can't handle a cast iron, you go to aluminum or some other kind of thing. And it's got all the Teflon and other spooky chemicals in it that's gonna be bad for you. And that's what they're talking about for normal. You know, it's like, no, honey, that's not normal. That's new stuff. That's sketchy stuff. But to each their own, right? It's like, that's cool. You cook with what you can. Do how you need to do your own life. You know.
Yeah. I think one of the reason a lot of people, like the older people, not the real old, but the older people, don't use cast iron as much anymore is most people have electric stoves, and it's harder to learn the temperatures, I guess.
That's
What I'm
right.
trying to say.
Yeah.
Whereas gas or propane, it's easier, a little bit easier.
Well, our population is so far removed from those early days, or earlier days. When I was a kid, we had wood burning stoves, wood burning kitchen stoves, and my grandmothers were sitting there cooking up all our meals, heating up bath water and everything else
Yeah.
on a wood burning kitchen stove. And some amazing, incredible meals came out of a black cast iron skillet. Man, I'm telling you, a great big old cast iron skillet sitting there sweating chicken, frying. And it was like sweating chicken because it just sat in there and cooked real low, slow frying. Oh my gosh, it was so good. She had another one that was full of okra, cooking up okra and potatoes, frying up some potatoes in another one, you know. Learned a valuable lesson from that from her wood cook stove. Granny always say, "Y'all stay away from here. I'm cooking. Stay away from that stove." And you'd have to get close in, and you'd have to sneak a bite, when you could, and she'd shoo you away, tell you you're gonna get burned. Well, it happened, you know. It happened. I went in for some okra or something and had to have a little taste and got off balance. And well, I was a kid, and to catch myself, I caught myself. I put my hand right down on top of that wood burning cast iron stove. Oh my gosh. My left hand became almost became one with the stove, and got it off of there. And then they put butter and all kind of other crap on there, and it still hurt. Butter just made it worse, but we didn't know that then. Vinegar is, putting it immediately under cold water, and some vinegar will help, but mainly the cold water to keep your meat from continuing to cook. You know, so I learned a good lesson that day. You know, Granny also, both my grannies had an old saying called "Them that don't listen have to feel." Okay. Well, I learned I learned through feeling that day. Oh, so we don't have that kind of life anymore for most of us. Most of our population is in an apartment, in a very modern lifestyle, working and slaving in different kinds of fields, just to survive each day. You know, um, back then, we were growing food to save for the winter and cutting wood to keep ourselves warm. You know, and if you didn't do those things, it was going to be a cold, hungry winter. You know, um, Now, if you're not working hard and everything like that, you just lose your house, you lose your apartment, you lose your car, whatever. It's a different thing, different world now.
Yep.
Different world. I'm sitting over here. I ain't switched off I'm still on my coffee, all day coffee thing, so I'm gonna have to switch to water. And I probably need to get off of here too.
I have a coworker. I think he's 22. He drinks coffee. He brings a big old Stanley thermos. Used to be his grandpa's.
That's good
And
stuff. That's good stuff right there.
Before work ends, he'll be drinking his last cup of coffee. It's like, I'm sleeping. He's like, no, I go home, get ready for bed, and fall straight to sleep.
There you go. That's doing pretty good for somebody whose birthday starts with a 2, right?
This kid don't know much about technology. He didn't even know how to put the boss's phone number in his cell phone.
Well,
He's
he
like,
might have him a good life,
somebody put it in there for him. He's like, the only thing I know how to do on this thing is find how to call my grandpa and call my mom.
There you go. Hey, Sunshine is leaving, and looks like she's probably gonna leave for good now. So you better say something to her before she leaves. You never see the end of it. You never hear the end of it. Better say something to her. She's leaving.
Alrighty, have a good one, Sunshine. Probably not far behind you. I don't know if Barry's going live tonight or not. One of them things here lately, you never know until the last minute.
That's right. Man,
hopefully he's feeling better.
Yeah, I hope he is too. I heard he wasn't feeling good. I'll tell you what, I never know what I'm going to be doing. Like I said, I was sitting over here yesterday, not planning on going anywhere, and then I got the idea for this new dish I'm going to cook, and that saw me leaving out like 8:30, and I didn't get back until after 10 o'clock. I'm sitting there unloading groceries at 10, between 10:15, 10:30. It's like, well, hey, it's the latest I've been out on a Saturday night in a while. It's just for the boring stuff. Me and all the people that you meet at Walmart late at night. Oh, but
On Walmart, no matter what day of the week at closing time, there's a big line.
mm-hmm. They have one person checking out everybody, and that line was backed up into the close. Oh, and I'm sitting there in the line, moving forward, and I'm just about the next one to be checked out. Right there's one person in front of me, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, and I'll tell you what it is on the video, but I had one thing on here. I'm like, I'm going to use this, and it kept bugging me. I said, no, I don't need to use that. I need to use this other thing, right? So after sitting in that line for all that time, I got out of the line and went back and took this one item and swapped it out for the other thing that I knew that I really ought to get and try out. It's going to be an experiment, and made me so mad. It's like, why? But then when I got back up there, everybody that was behind me, they were done through almost, and so I did good. I went and made the swap, and it didn't cost me to have to get back into the long line again. So I really didn't lose anything. And it'll make for a better meal, I think. Well, I'm going to try it. It's kind of experimental and easy. It'll be easy for people to do, you know. Um, if it works out good, it'll be an easy dish for anyone to do, and it'd be real tasty, you know. Um, we'll see. Uh,
I try not to go to any of the grocery stores at closing time, but sometimes that's just the way it has to be.
that's right.
They try to
Well,
get me with a cart full of groceries to go to self checkout. If I go to self checkout, you're going to be here even later.
yeah, yeah. I don't like those. I just rather, the old way. I don't like to go to self checkouts.
Yeah.
I'm like,
If I have a handful of items
yeah,
and there's big lines, I'll go to
yeah,
self checkout. But if I have a handful of items and there's no lines at the register, the lines aren't very big, I'll go to the registers,
yes, sir. I
the
hear you.
cashier.
I've done them. I'm like, I'm here for one or two things. I'm just gonna do you know, the self checkout. That ain't gonna be no big deal. But yeah, I pretty soon they're gonna tell us it's like, okay, now you're gonna have to come back and help us unload the truck and stock the shelves, and then you can do your shopping and then check yourself out. They making us
Yeah.
employees. Yeah,
Or one day only provide so many items and make you come back the next day to get the next.
that's right. Well, it's the things that they've been testing these last few years are kind of scary, um, really honestly. And we may be facing some of these things where you will not go in and shop. You will give them a list. They will pick it and bring it to you to be picked up. And that may be the model that they go to, especially where it comes concerned with food. You know, you may not be able
Isn't
to.
that isn't that how it was way back in the day?
No, well, not in any of my days, not to my experience. You just went shopping, you know, and you bought your stuff. But when we're talking about, I mean, some of the things that are going on now that are being reported, um, I think that we seriously have some very troubling times ahead. And it may be to where you cannot go and just go to a grocery store and shop. Okay.
Right.
Um, you if you're lucky, you may be able to give them a list and they pick it for you, bring it to you, and you buy it. But you may not be allowed to be in the store itself. There's no way to tell how this stuff is going to go. You know, like I was saying earlier, the trucking industry has shut down. There are truckers that are out of business, no jobs, no loads. Um, it's we're fixing to be in the hurt place of real hurt in all kinds of ways because if them trucks ain't running, there's no products moving around. So everybody seriously needs to get ready. It's going to take a few more weeks or whatever for all of this to come about. But here in Alabama, down in Mobile, trucks ain't moving. They're not rolling. And, so everybody take that for what it's worth. Your mileage may vary and all that kind of stuff. Word to the wise, whatever you want to say. But everybody needs to get ready. You know, that's the best thing I can tell people, you know. But I'm
Yeah,
just
where
crazy.
where I work, they're telling people that certain departments are cutting hours because we can't get parts in fast enough.
Yeah.
But
Well,
we've been doing the products we've been doing like a large amount of them. And to me, that says they're stocking up on them to cut hours.
Might be.
Might
go
be,
ahead.
might not be, but to me, just every yeah.
That would make sense if people are not buying the final product as much, you know. So I tell people, let's get small time, make yourself a smaller target. You know, that's what I tell people. Live cheap, live as cheap as possible.
Yeah.
You know, learn to, you know, use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without. That's another old saying, you know.
I don't want to be the best and top employees, but I want to be far from the bottom.
That's right. Yeah, you don't want to be too big that they're going to let you go, or too little that don't matter, you know, that you get gone. But
Because from
I said,
my experience with like factory layoffs, they start at both ends. I mean, they start at the bottom end, but they push a lot of the top end out and force some of them to retire earlier than they wanted to, or find something different.
that's right. That early forced retirement, okay, that is not as much fun as you think it is, right? Oh, when you get shut down and you can't keep doing what you're doing, what you've been doing, that's not a whole lot of fun right there. Um, but there's a lot of people. Our world is just our world, especially in the developed nations. We're about to go. Well, we're already in the changes. We're in historic, almost biblical level changes that we are in and going through right now. And these changes are going to last for the next several years. Um, and it will never go back to normal. Okay. Life never goes back to normal, except on a short term basis. Okay. Um, it doesn't, it continually changes. And so we all need to get ourselves in a position to adapt and change and, and even profit if possible from the changes that are going to come. But stay small, stay liquid. Um, you know, don't need to have to spend a bunch of money. You know, um, these things are coming. You know, they're already here. They're already here for so many millions of people right here in America. Um, you know, and the banking industry is finally feeling it too. Um, they just let go of I don't know how many 100,000 bankers. You know, people that were tellers, people that were all kinds of loan things. The AI and the changes in our economic system, what they're getting ready to do are are it's huge. You know, I don't know the best word to describe it, but the changes we're going through now in all the developed nations, you know, the Western central bank nations, America, Canada, Australia, UK, New Zealand, you know, all of these places, we're going through changes of biblical proportions. And we just got to get ready for it. So, um, in any way possible. But that's another soapbox. I need to start doing my own lives, right? talking about all this stuff.
People would listen.
Oh, people don't listen most of the time. It like I said, it goes back to what my granny
People
said.
would hear.
Yeah. Them that don't listen have to feel. You know, when you feel, then you're ready to listen. You know, it's it's like that other old saying is when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Well, pain is an excellent teacher. You know, when you suffer that pain of that hot stove that your granny told you to stay away from, or when you feel the pain of not having any food, right? Or even your favorite food or whatever it is, that's going to teach you and you're going to be ready to listen. Right now, and God Almighty, the freedoms that we're losing.
When I can't afford any. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You know, you go ahead, brother.
When I can't afford beef jerky anymore, I'll have to go dig up some night crawlers and put some Worcester sauce on it and cook them on the car hood.
I hope, brother, you don't get to that point. That's gonna make Otis a very, very unhappy young man. You know, Otis gonna be doing a lot of talking to you if you get to that point. We don't need to eat some bugs. You know. Oh, but I know it's kind of a major downer there to talk about these kind of things. So, you know, it's you know, and that's just one old hillbilly over here. You know, that's all. Just one old hillbilly talking. So please, everyone, just go about your business. There's nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Everything's normal. It'll all be okay. Oh,
It's a good thing to discuss. And I used to be on a chat, watch a chat years ago. It was like guns, but it was like economic type stuff too. I guess they got into like politics and stuff, but like one night, one guy would host a chat, try to keep it like more the economy. Then another night would be like uh, more gun survival or something like that. But those guys, most of them moved on from YouTube.
yeah. There's more than a little bit of censorship, you know, on this platform, and people are not actually able to say whatever they want to say. You know, um, I'll tell you, but when I'm talking about these changes, you know, we're seeing AI and robotics um, take over entire industries, and there be millions and millions of people losing their jobs. You know, in whole industries, right? And now they can't they can't afford their home, they can't afford the car payments, and then what do they do? Right now they're making it illegal. Some of them. I was watching this one young couple, and they're saying they don't have any kids. They were in their mid-20s, I think, and don't have any kids yet. And it's like, well, we're having to decide: are we going to pay for our apartment, or we're going to buy groceries? We can't do both because we both just lost our job. So we moved out into the car. right? So they're in the car trying to make money and live in the car. That's an excellent, thing to do, especially while you're young. And it's not only an emergency maneuver. There's some smart people that have done that as a primary way to go forward. Living in their car, living, like me, I live in an RV, on my own land, right? And during those years when I was working like a dog, putting away money. And that's what these people are doing. But now what have they done? They're passing laws now to where it's illegal to live in your car. And so they're taking away the freedom to exist from people. And that's getting downright scary. Not to go into all the things that I've seen and feel and worry about, but when and then I get it, it's always sold as a way to end something that everybody can agree on. It's like, well, we've got to do something with the druggies. We've got to do something with the homeless, the dangerous and everything. So we're going to pass a law. But that law also affects, people that don't have any issues. They just don't have a way to make money to live in that lifestyle anymore. And so they're trying to survive. So that law also affects them. There's a few others that they're put into place here recently that are extremely troubling. So these next few years is going to see that great change. They don't pass laws unless there's a reason for it. They don't do things unless they have a plan that's already in place and they need to mold society to that plan. And so what needs to be going on in people's heads is, what are they planning? What does A, B, and C decisions and laws that they've made add up to? And if I were a greedy, almost evil entity out there and cared only about my own companies or own industries' well-being at the expense of the humans on this earth, what would be my next plan? What am I hurting them to? People need to think like that. They're not here to help us. Okay, they're here to take from us. It's just like cows and the farmer. The farmer cares about the cows, but in a special way, right? He cares about all his farm animals, but in a special way. He's not running a petting zoo. He's trying to feed his belly. We got to understand that we are the farm animals, right? And might have to jump a fence or two, Anyhow, I had no intentions of being up here so long and everything, but brother, I appreciate you inviting me to come up. I need to get off of here. My battery is almost dead, and
The kind of different from that, what you or not. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, the people are like, farmers don't take care of their livestock. Every farmer I've known pretty much treats their livestock like family.
they
That's
do.
what their family depends on.
That's right.
It's the big corporations where the animals are not taken care of.
That's right. But it's the important point is the farmer takes care of those animals for a specific reason.
Yeah.
And all of those animals will have one very bad day, hopefully just a bad second. But those animals there for the farmer to use, not so that they can have a wonderful life, you know. That's the whole point of what I was saying. In the corporate farms, you know, they care even less about their animals than the normal farmers. But in the end, humans are a resource on this planet. And so we need to do things. We need to learn about, how to live cheaper. We need to take lessons from the people on this planet that are going through far worse things and have, like in Bosnia, Croatia. We need to look and see how these people live and tough out tough times, and how to do better and take care of ourselves. The future's not written, you know. We get a say in how it goes, but we need people that are actually looking at the future and thinking of what could happen, you know. Um, that's what we all got to do, you know. And we need to learn about fatwood and hit up Lisa Shell and see what you can do with your fat wood. Oh, and learn skills. You know, there's not enough woods out there for all of us to go out and bushcraft our way to a better life, right? Um, everybody thinks they're going to bug out to the woods. Well, that ain't going to go very well for you. The satellites know where everybody is, right? They're going to see everybody, and they've made it illegal to go out in the woods at that point, just like they did in British Columbia. Someone just said something about that earlier in your chat. They've outlawed anybody going into the forest to hike or anything else for fear of starting a fire. And that includes people that live there. Okay. They have property and they have a home there. And supposedly some of them are not even allowed to be in their home, to go outside or whatever. I don't know. It's a mess.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a mess. And, so anyhow, everybody needs to get ready, needs to get prepared, brother. And,
They don't want. I think they don't want people in the woods because they're planning to make sure people aren't in the woods.
Yeah. Well, they made it illegal to camp anywhere except in approved camping. All right. They actually made it a felony. Okay. A few years ago. It's a felony offense if you're on federal land camping where you're not supposed to be. Right. They put that law in because they anticipate a problem. So now if you are in a big city and your idea is to bug out and, go set up your homestead in the middle of a national forest or even a state forest, it's not going to be met very well by the authority. And the satellites overhead see every little infrared signature. So, you can start you a small fire, but to a satellite overhead, you just send up a flare for them to see. So they're going to, even your own body heat, they know where everybody is on the planet. It's not a good plan to bug out to the woods unless it's your own woods. You ain't going to do too good.
Here, a couple of years ago in our local state park, there was a guy that was making like a bushcraft camp.
Yeah.
Like under a bluff.
Yeah.
And I guess he would go there for 2 or 3 days at a time. And the way they ended up catching him was he was cutting down trees.
Ah. That's not good.
So I guess when they was doing one of their overflies surveys or whatever for the wildlife survey to determine how many like deer was in the park.
Yeah.
to determine how the next deer hunt was going to be, the limit or amount of people.
Yeah.
And I guess they, from flying over and taking pictures, I guess they looked back at old pictures and or video or whatever it was, and I guess they noticed that that spot was getting wider, so they went to check it out. I guess the park ranger and game warden set up cameras to catch the guy going in, and I guess they went in and met him there.
Yeah. Well, they've got satellites in geostationary orbit just sitting there, watching. And it's so good they can see, a pack of cigarettes and know what you're smoking. Okay. Their infrared capabilities and other capabilities are so good. They can watch the animals walking around. They see everybody. When you combine the overlaid information, that's a part of it. They overlay each information product. You've got infrared, and you also have cell phone, tracking and everything. They track everybody every day, all day long. They track your purchases, and it's all tied to the cell phone. Soon it'll be also tied to your biometrics, your face, where your face shows up on a public camera, or in front of your smart device or whatever at home, or on your phone or whatever. But now they've got LiDAR, right? Very good LiDAR. So if the ground is disturbed in any way, that shows up instantly. They don't have to, it's like, hey, there's somebody just did some new diggings there. Wonder what's there, we're gamed in every way possible. We are a resource that needs to be managed in order for their profits and power and control to continue to be. We are at the end of the United States dollar being the boss of the planet. Okay, that's the status of the United States dollar as the world's reserve currency is going away. That's what's happening now, and it's dying. The U.S. dollar is dying, and so, and it was known that it would be, because there's only so much time that you can have a Ponzi scheme. It's going to have a start date and a death date. Well, that death date's pretty much here. The dollar's dying, and that means that the whole planet that was all tied to the dollar, and every system and everything that we did on this planet because of the US dollar, is now free to do what it wants to do. So that is going to shake up everything and every person on this planet. It'll touch everybody. Now all of a sudden people don't want dollars, right? So we lost our influence. So it's going to change the entire planet, all the geopolitics, all the economies, everywhere. So it's just this big change is coming up. We're already in them. We're in the big changes right now. We're feeling the effects. But these effects are going to get worse, and it's going to go on for years until we come to some whatever the next new normal is going to be. But like I said before, it'll never go back to the 70s or the 80s, or 90s, or even now. It won't go back to now.
Back when one working parent household could afford a vehicle and a house.
That's exactly right. Now, it may. All right, now hear this, okay? Here's the thing. With the death of the United States dollar being reserve currency, without us having that status anymore as everybody wants the dollar, right? We are becoming more equal to every country out there, right? And when they reevaluate the currency and we move to a new one, it won't be in favor of us, okay? It'll be in favor of the banks and the Fed. But one effect that it will have is that American labor will now be more affordable, okay? All these people that had jobs as, basket weaving, counseling or something, whatever fluffy thing. All the people in the tech, that's the AI jobs have eliminated now. All of the people there's a huge labor force, right? So when you've got lots and lots of labor force available, then the price of labor comes down. So there are many things that are coming that will make America once again be a profitable place for somebody if they have a factory here. We may see sock factories, shirt factories. We may see all of these things coming back. And it may be a situation to where, one person, one parent can go out and make a living and bring it back home to mom and the kids. Might. It depends on how people set themselves up to live. If you're in a multi-generational household, or if you're in a place where you're all huddled together in the same house, saving money, whatever it is, whatever they can do, then it may be able to. But it's hard to say, but I do see that being a possibility. You know what I'm saying? Just because American labor will be cheap once again, cheap enough to where it makes sense in after the reevaluation.
We've been looking at, well, it's been a couple of years now, looking at houses and land and talking about it, and a 4 bedrooms, not much more than a 3 bedroom, and her mom's getting up there in age. She can still do things for herself, but it's like, as much as I don't want to live with her, it would really make sense for all of us. Because when she does have to be taken care of, it'll be my old lady that'll probably be the one that's got to take care of her.
Yeah. And here's some more disturbing news about that. There are a great number of our senior citizens that are getting kicked out of their nursing homes because that federal money is no longer there. They're changing things, and now folks are saying, "Hey, you need to come pick up your grandma. You come pick up your papa, because we're fixing to put them outside the facility." Right? That's what's going on. They're kicking out the old folks out of some of the nursing homes. That's happening right now. So the changes are coming. We're seeing now that they have the possibility to be quite harsh, very bad changes. And with the digital economy that they are building, in my opinion, it's going to lead to mass slavery. basically, is what it's going to lead to. But
Yeah,
there's
and
always
another bad thing about them being kicked out is a lot of them don't have family or don't have family that cares for them.
That's exactly right. And so what are they doing? I don't know. I really don't. And it's scary.
My mom, most of my life, my mom's worked somewhere in a care center. She switched different things a few times, but right now she does housekeeping, and I've got some family that works there that does other departments, and they say there's a lot of people that they're lucky if their family comes and sees them once a month or once a year.
That's right. It's some hard times coming to us.
I haven't heard anything locally about them kicking people out, but I've heard that from other sources. I had a
Yep.
coworker that come to the factory, and he was telling me that he worked in a care center, worked in the cafeteria. And he said he likes the extra money, but he said he's missing a lot of the people that he got to work with. And I said, "Were you surviving just fine off that job?" He said, "Yeah, I was doing all right." I said, "Do you have a goal of why you moved to this job?" And he was like, "Well, I'm trying to save up some money." I said, "Well, I'd work this job for a while and save you up some money, and then if that's what you enjoyed, I'd go back to it." Well, I guess he took my advice too soon.
Yeah.
It's like, dang it, I think I scared off one of our best new workers.
Well, you got to go with what's true, and the best job you can do. I'm gonna tell what the best advice that I can give people. Okay, the best scenario for people, especially young couples, right? Um, I tell them, do not buy a house. Let go of the American dream that you've been fed as it is. The American dream is about freedom, to do better, to exist in a better place, to have your own labor mean something to you. You know, they've turned it into the American nightmare now, where we are taught and bred to want a big mortgage and a nice place, a nice house, and nice cars and nice things. They have taught us, brainwashed us into being a good resource for the banking industry to trade our lives and what our lives would be better spent to being put on a treadmill, an animal on a treadmill generating power for these big banks. The very best advice I can give to any people, same thing I gave to my children, which, one of them has completely went the opposite direction of that, right? Don't buy a house. Find a cheap piece of land, or find a piece of land, whatever, according to your ability, to where you can set yourself up and live how you want to. That's getting harder and harder, okay? If you can live off grid, right? If you can build your own house, if you can get a shed and do a shed to home conversion. That's the only home I would buy, would be a shed on my own land, right? Something that you can pay for easily, right? Now, if I was a single man or woman, I would do the same thing, but I would build basically whatever small thing that I could live in, build myself a shack, a well-made shack or whatever, and then make plans to build on to that as you can. Don't saddle yourself up with a big mortgage, right? And a big house, because that's going to be the demon on your back. Small means freedom. Okay. It's freedom to do as you wish. As you get the money, you can add on to your life or add on to your home. You can make it's what we used to do. It's what my grandparents are good. The people of the World War II in Korea, all back in there, all previous generations lived that way. It was a sin to go into debt. And now they've turned our society around to where it's a sin not to go into debt and be like everyone else. Be weird, get away from the herd. Do what everybody else is not doing. And that's your way to success. It's not doing what the rest of the people are doing, because right now the herd are losing their houses. Their cars are getting repossessed. They moved out. And here's the thing. They moved out of their apartment because they couldn't afford the apartment and food. They moved into their car. Now their cars are being repossessed, and them and their stuff have been set on the sidewalk. That is happening now. If they've got a car payment, the car's not paid off, they're coming and getting them. And so now they're being dumped on the sidewalk. It's hard times that are on so many people right now, and that's going to spread to almost everyone. Nobody won't be touched unless you're one of the very rich people or the very poor people. Your world's going to change. It's just, there's no two ways about it.
We have one vehicle that's paid off, and we have 1.5 payments left on the other vehicle, but it's going to be paid off next month.
That's outstanding.
Then after that, she's already talking about a different vehicle, but I've already put my foot down on that.
Yeah, I would too.
The current vehicles we have, let's take that money and fix them all the way up. They're still good vehicles, and they just need basically tune-ups. But
drive them for as long as possible.
It's we've had this 1 year, I think 4 years or almost 4 years, and hers 2.5 years. Okay, we need to do full tune-ups to them both. I mean, the one we've had longer has had some stuff done, but they're, depend on who you ask, they're decent vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Look, man,
the one I drive don't owe us anything.
That's good.
It's a Chevy Equinox, and there's a lot of people that talk bad about them, but some people would say lucky, but I prefer to look at it as blessed. Hopefully I'll be blessed for a few more years.
Yeah. What's the important things in your life are your health and the health and well-being of your family. That's the important things, not what they sell you in a commercial. Not what, not the, oh, well, we need a new car. It's been so long since we had a new car. We need a new car. No, what we need to do is to take that, if that's the way you feel, you need to take that money you were going to spend on that new car every month and put that into a little jar, at the house or whatever by itself. And then you use that to buy yourself some land, right? Save it up, and then once you got your land paid for and you're living there, whatever, build your shed to house conversion. build a small house, build whatever, the cheapest way that you can, and have it your way and have it strong. And you're doing that with money that you didn't have to borrow. And you're building something the way the smart people do, right? You never go out on a limb and put yourself at risk, right? You do things a smart way, and you unplug from all that commercial stuff that's turned you into this beast of banking, energy. You're just feeding somebody else's dream. When you do that, you're feeding the banker's dream. You're keeping his kids in the nice college and in the nice cars and all that kind of stuff. Put that money into your own stuff. And I'm gonna tell you, I live as cheap as anybody can live. And when I go to sleep at night, my head hits that pillow in my bed. I don't have to worry about, you know, is, how am I going to pay the mortgage? How am I going to pay the rent? Okay. And I don't normally like to talk about that, because it sounds like I'm bragging, but I'm not. I'm telling people that if I can do it, you can do it. You know, I had it made up in my mind that this was what I was going to do decades ago, and it's made all the difference for me. I don't owe a mortgage. I don't pay any rent. I did enough of that back in the day, and so I live cheap now, and it makes all the difference. Makes all the difference in the world. My head might have troubles in it when I lay down, but where I'm gonna sleep ain't one of them. You know. So that's just something to think about. Josh is back in the chat now, and Sleisha Shell has been chatting, and she's been doing some good talking in there too. Sleisha knows these things. She knows what I'm talking about. I think most of us do. But
First date, from what I'm hearing, is cracking down on living in their vehicles and stuff too.
yeah, they're making it illegal. It's like that was, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There for a while, they said, well, you can't sleep in your car, but you can sleep out on the street and it's okay. What? The laws that they're making are anti-human. Like I said, and there's a reason for that. Okay, we're about to have an uncontrollable epidemic of people with no place to live, and they know that. They knew what was coming, so they had put the laws in place. Okay. They know what they're going to do with all of these people that do not have a place to live. They know what they're going to do. All right. There's camps out there that's being built. They've been built for a long time. And it was all, well, that's just a conspiracy. Y'all are crazy. They'll never do that here in America. It's happening. It's happening right now. And in the future, the very near future, there will be millions and millions of Americans that do not have a place that they can afford to live. And the government will handle them. Okay. That's all I know to say. They're talking about making Medicaid patients actually living and working on a farm. You go figure that out. One thing that's being suggested is that if you are on Medicaid and you have some ability to do something, that in order to stay on it, you'll have to move from wherever you are to another location where there is some kind of work that they're going to give you to do. Okay. That's the kind of things that they are suggesting and maybe trying out right now. Okay. You just don't hear a whole lot about it yet. But times are tough and they're getting harder, and we have years of this to go through. So learn how to build yourself a fire and start it in a good way with some fat wood. Learn how to use your cast iron if you can. If you have a place to where you can do it, you know, it's hunker down time, and it's get smart time too. Not only get small, get smart, because in a down economy, there are ways to make money as well, right? Um, there's opportunities that go along with the bad things as well, right? Um, if it's not good for somebody that is losing their job because their car is going to get repossessed, well, the tow truck driver's family is going to eat better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we're all that. You know, we're the ones that's fixing to lose the car, and we're also the ones that's going to tow it. You know,
But it'll even come at be a more dangerous job for them too, though.
it will, but you know they've got their own protection, and they have the protection of the law. Um, the companies will get their property back, or they'll take it if you owe the money or whatever. You know, it's not going to be, you know, somebody saying there's, well, you're not going to take my car, and
Right.
we're going to see that. We already have, you know, but you know how it goes when you're the one standing up against the man. Well, they're going to get the car. You're going to be laying there on the ground because not just one policeman will show up. There will be 30 or 40 or whatever it takes to put you down. There's not going to, I mean, it's foolish, you know. They're going to win. People need to put themselves in the best position they can where that doesn't happen, you know, is the whole point. They're going to take their property back. The people that are they're losing their cars, they're losing their RVs, and they're out on the sidewalks right now, wondering what to do, because they just had their vehicle repossessed, right? Their last line of hope right there. But because it wasn't theirs free and clear, they don't own it. They got to give it up. So y'all having two vehicles that are paid for, y'all are way ahead of most people. You're doing good. Just keep putting that money back, man. Keep doing what you can, and get ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be harder than today. And I feel that in a different way now that I'm getting older, right? I look at things that that I can't easily do anymore like I used to do. But I know in the back of my mind and the front of my mind now that tomorrow it's going to be harder to do whatever it is I put off today, you know? So we're getting back to that old thinking, you know? At least I am.
Them 10-pound bag of taters are getting heavier.
That's yeah. I might have to divide it up into 2 5-pound bags, you know?
I remember being a kid and carrying 3 of those in like it was nothing.
That's right.
So I probably was struggling a little bit, but
Yeah. Well, you know, as you get older, it sucks, you know, because you're thinking to yourself, you know, I still feel like I'm 16 years old, but your body is like,
yeah.
no, you ain't 16 no more. You're not going to do that. Or try it, you know, and then you hear you stuff going snap, crackle, pop, and you know, help, I'm falling and I can't get up, you know. The bad thing is in your mind, you're still young, you know, and nothing hurts, that kind of thing. It's just getting old, is what we all do, if we're lucky.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I understand why the even older don't want to let somebody do something for them. They want to try to do it themselves.
That's right.
I mean, since I was little, if I seen like an elderly person loading their groceries, if I see like they got a big case of water or soda, stuff like that, I always offered to load it for them. Most would say, no, I can get it, or I got to figure out how to get it out, so I need to figure out how to get it in, or something like that.
Yeah, that
Nope, his battery must have died. Oh, I'm back, Shawnee. Yeah, he mentioned a little while ago that he had to go, that his battery is about to die. There he is.
I had a fat finger and I hit the wrong button. You know.
Getting ready to say you plug it in or finger hit the
Yeah,
wrong button.
yeah, my finger hit the wrong button. You know. But that's it was good for me, but it's probably bad for your audience. You know, it's like, damn, the boy's gone. We don't have to listen to him no more, right? um, I can be concentrated. I'm a concentrated personality. A little of me goes a long ways. That's how you can tell that there's value in somebody, right? It's concentrated power you get with me. A little goes a long ways. Oh,
AP
God.
NASCAR.
Mm. I don't even know what I was saying when I was cut off. Well, I don't know. I don't even remember. It's just old hillbilly rambling, you know. And that's, you know, you get older and you start saying stuff, and it's like, dang it, now I'm sounding like my dad, or now I'm sounding like my granddad, you know. Oh, makes you so mad.
He's
Uh,
talking about the older you get, the less easy it is to do stuff.
that's right. And I look around here with that in mind now, and I'm thinking, it's not time for me to have a ramp yet, right? I don't need a ramp yet, you know. But maybe it's not a bad time to build things into my life, you know, to make it easier, right? Maybe I do need to build a ramp instead of having stone steps. Maybe I'll have a stone ramp, right? Because I can use it now and I can use it 30 years from now. Or whoever comes after me on this property, they'll be able to use it. Shawnee, that's exactly right. There was a solar home tour. Hold on just a second. There is a community near me that they all have solar solar homes, solar powered, off grid, underground homes, all kinds of things like that. Right? There's several houses that are a community, and one of them, he's an engineer, and he has got an amazing place. Right? It's a straw bale house. The walls are incredibly thick. Right? Um, and it stays cool in the summer and warm in the winter, and they have to use very little electricity to do that because of all the insulation. That's incredible. The porch on that home is like 10 foot deep, and it wraps all around the house. Okay. Now, what he did is they're a young couple, or they were a younger couple. Well, wait, I take that back. They were, because he's retired, but like early, you know, kind of thing. But when they built the house, they were younger, right? And what he did, or what they did with the house, is they built a ramp that goes up like at least two sides of the house So it's a very gradual ramp that goes up two sides of the house. And as the tour was going on, he was talking about that, what Shawnee is talking about, what I'm talking about here. Says you need to build your home to where you're thinking about what you will need in the future. And in the future, it's going to be harder for you to walk steps, or it may be that you have friends or family come over and they need something. Basically, building it to where it's up to a handicap code, to where anybody can use it. Young people can use it, old people can use it. As you age, you'll find it a better thing that you have built that functionality into your home. When you go to sell it, it'll sell better if you decide to sell it. So it just makes sense to really think about those things. I don't know. I remember anytime me and my dad would go out hiking or hunting or anything like that, we'd be going down the hills, and he's like, "Oh, I got to slow down here. My brakes don't work so good anymore, right?" And it's easier to climb a hill as you get older than it is to walk down the hill. As odd as that sounds, because your legs don't work the same a lot of times as you get older. And I started experiencing that same thing myself, and I'm like, this wasn't supposed to happen to me, you know. Now my brakes don't work so good.
My right leg understands that.
Yes, sir. Your left leg's gonna understand it too one day. But yeah, your brakes quit working as good going down them hills the older you get, typically. But anyhow, there's ways to do things better than most of us realize, and people just have to go out there and find them. But first comes that need to do so, right? Somebody has to, have that. It's like, well, I'm going to need to do this. That's that pain being a teacher. It's like, hey, I don't want to hurt like this anymore. I got to do something else, right? Me and my wife and and the kids, we're gonna have to do something besides this because hey, they just AI just took over our complete industry, and I don't have a job anywhere that I'm trained for, so I'm gonna have to do something else. We're gonna have to find another way to live. It happens all the time. It's happened as long as mankind's been here. It's always about change, and nothing ever stays the same, as the story goes. Don't look for normal to come back. Normal is always something that's in the past or the next 5 minutes. That's just the way it is. But anyhow. Well, Gear, is there anything that you would like to say on your live stream? Because I need to stop talking.
He's talking good enough. There was a YouTube channel that I used to watch, and they had a solar heater. It was like a huge square, and I think it had like soda cans and like plexiglass or some kind of solar glass. And they had a hose running inside, and they had a solar fan, but they had an electric fan for when the solar wasn't operating, and it would bring in heat from that solar heater.
There you go. I've seen a lot of those. Yeah.
Wish I knew more about that.
Well, there's endless videos out there. And those are called like passive solar heating, you know, or active. I don't know. The passive versus active, it kind of muddles in my mind. But those solar heaters that they make out of the cans are wonderful. There's many different designs. And look up, I think the last time I was looking at those, what I determined was the best design from the folks that are making them, and what they've determined was the best, was the ones that are using the window screens or the metal aluminum screens. There's many different designs and many different ways you can use the power of the sun to do what you want done. And there's many other things, many other technologies that can be used. Here's an important thing, okay? Okay, you say, well, you know, maybe that's going to help a little bit, but what could one of them do? Okay, well, you can make one of them, and maybe it takes off the need for $10 a month off of your electric bill to heat your home. And then maybe you make another one. Well, there's $20, you know. There are many things that you can do, and when you put all of those things together as a whole, then your cost of living goes down significantly. So it doesn't require you to bring in as much money. See what I'm saying? Every little thing you do makes it easier to live in huge ways. You know, maybe you only need $100 a month to pay the majority of your bills, you know, and that's easier to make than 600 or 700, you know, for just your bills. There's stuff that people can do, you know, if they're so blessed to be in a place where they can employ those technologies. Look, it looks like Storms is just going live. I don't normally like to say things like that, you know, mention other people's live
That's
streams.
all right.
I know you talked about it earlier, but you know, people just need to get ready. And my phone's at 5%. I've got it on a charger now. I need to get off of here. But you know, thanks for having me up, man. I need to get off, and I appreciate you having me up. Let me run mouth for a little while. Maybe somebody heard something to help them, you know. But
Thanks for coming up.
brother, you don't go live that often, and I'm glad to see you. When I saw you, you know, I'm like, hey, Gear's going live. That's cool. So I appreciate you, man. And
I
I'm
was
going to
go live out in the garden on my phone like I usually do, but it's like I'm not grilling tonight, and I've spent enough out in this heat. It's hot enough through the week at work, so I'm going to go chill in the AC and decided to pull up StreamYard.
There you go. I do like it when you're out there with your grill. You know, you got the grilling action, you got your gardening action, and then you got your grilling action. You know, and it's like that boy's making me hungry. Man, that last one you had where you had the whole damn grill filled up with meat, I'm like, oh man, he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to do it at all. He's hurting me on purpose. That's all right. I'm gonna get you back. I'm gonna get you back with some stuff, and we'll just have at it. You know,
That's the way I like to grill enough for lunches and even the next night's supper.
That's right. Yeah, one fire, many meals. Anyhow, Gear, you take care of yourself, brother, and everybody in here. Thank y'all for hanging out, even though I'm over here bloviating and this old hillbilly just running mouths. You know, everybody likes to talk, and I hang out with patience with all the other folks that run their mouths. Oh my God, And that one heifer that was in here, that South Florida Sunshine Woman, Lord, and that Shawnee and their friend Diva. Oh, Lord. I'm sitting in there and they talking all this woman girly stuff, all this estrogen stuff, you know. Like, what am I doing here? Why am I listening to these estrogen like producing toxic females? You know, but that's good stuff too, right? Oh,
That's why I got Hellman's. I'm working on my estrogen.
I think I'm producing more estrogen now than I ever have. You know, back when I was a kid, I had more testosterone than a bull shark, but it's getting hard to find now. You know. Oh well, that's life. That's getting older.
If anyone
So,
wants to check out Storms, Radios, and Cats, Barry's chat, I posted a link out there if you want to go over there.
there you go. That's good, man. I'm not lactating. Not yet. I'm sure that'll be next, right? God Almighty, I hope the hell it ain't. You know, if that happens, I'm done, right?
Have to
If
get the
some,
birth date out.
God Almighty, go to Walmart and somebody's kids start crying, all of a sudden your shirt gets wet. What the hell? No, I don't want no part of that. We're gonna stay the heck away from all that action. I hope. I got enough to deal with. I don't, you know, I'm hoping that they'll get me out of a speeding ticket as they get bigger. You know, right now I'm kind of in a little bit more to training, maybe a training bra. I don't know, but it happens. Anyhow, y'all be good. I'm out of here.
Thanks for coming by and having a chat with me. And have a good week. Hopefully you get some time to get that grill on.
Yes, sir. It's been my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Send some of that rain this way. So, been a good chat. Didn't think I'd end up being here for over 4.5 hours, but it's been good. Other folks' chats are starting up, so I reckon it's a good time to go ahead and shut the gate and head out to support their channels and figure out what I'm going to cook for supper. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Whether you came by for a few minutes or a few hours, it's all appreciated. Thanks for supporting my channels, watching my videos. Hey, have you checked out my shorts? I make some shorts, some 15-second shorts. Those are short, right? But hope you all have had a good weekend, a great weekend. Hope you all have a good week, and hopefully next weekend's even greater. So it's just O'Gear saying, have a good one. Thanks for coming out, Homestead Aquarius, Shalisa Shell, SKS Hugo, PNASCARs, Josh. Oh, I should have started naming names. I'm probably going to forget somebody. Probably forgetting somebody. Jay Watterson. Everybody, all y'all, CR, everybody, thank you all for coming out. And have a good one. Bye for now.